Go hard and lose control, drink every little drop. Sunrise is chasing us, but we ain't gonna stop. Go hard and lose control, drink every little drop. Sunrise is chasing us, but we ain't gonna stop. Go hard and lose control, drink every little drop. Sunrise is chasing us, but we ain't gonna stop. Sunrise is chasing us, but we ain't gonna stop. Sunrise is chasing us, but we ain't gonna stop. Sunrise is chasing us, but we ain't gonna stop. Sunrise is chasing us, but we ain't gonna stop.
Hello, all you beautiful gamers. Welcome into our own real-life imagination of the club, where we have collected 8 of the biggest names in Call of Duty mobile history to help celebrate our 4th anniversary. But at the same time, these 8 creators are going to have a chance to play for up to $200,000. Woo, it's going to be a fun day. Welcome, of course, right here to the bar. And with that, well, we've got ourselves a Ground War Breach Cash Grab Invitational. I'm your host, Shift. With me on the big stage, we've got Verdict, and of course, flying across literally the entire world, Beef Mommy. Verdict, how you feeling, brother?
I mean, we're behind the bar. We took a few shots already. Let's get into the action. I can't believe we're here in Burbank. Beautiful with all the content creators. It's not about me, it's about them. And they are certainly looking to grab all that cash today.
I know, drinking too much eggnog already at the start of the day, but all of these players, they're loaded up and ready, and I'm so excited, and I can't believe that we're already turning 4. We were talking about it. The first time we met was actually 2 years ago. Man, I can't believe it's been this long already.
You look just the same as you did 2 years ago. Maybe a little bit better. Hey, but with that, again, we are celebrating the 4th anniversary, and, well, I know that you guys have had a lot of time to get yourself a little familiar with the season. Verdict, how is the season treating you?
I gotta say, man, I've been frying in these Ground War Breach lobbies. I have been cooking. I have been absolutely, if you take a look at it right here, this Craig, no aim assist laser needed. I am absolutely beaming. Don't worry about the missed shots there. That was just for jokes. Shots are crispy. The transfer on the sprays, you know we got it. Go ahead and give me the money, Beef.
Dude, I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I suck at Ground War Breach, but hey, I tried. It seems like I'm shredding with the chopper. I already know the LMG is definitely more on my end because I am missing a lot of my shots, and so I need a really huge mag size. But on the other end, I'm actually enjoying this game mode so much and just offers so much of a unique perspective into this otherwise really complicated game mode.
Well, you hit me with a perfect segue here, because not only have we had a chance to kind of relive over some of the best moments in Call of Duty mobile history, but there is a whole celebration around a brand new game mode, and it is kind of the moniker for the entirety of this event, Ground War Breach. If you have not had a chance to see it or get your hands on it, here's a little bit of an overview on what exactly we have in store. Majority for the day today. 32 total players, 16 will be on attack and 16 will be on defense. From the attacking POV, there will be a bunch of objective flags that need to be captured, but for the attackers, they will have a limited amount of lives to be able to do that. On the other side, it's pretty simple here, Verdict. On the defensive point, just stop the offense from doing that, and you'll find yourself a win.
That's a lot harder than it is to, do, and then actually say, I've got to say, once you get onto that defending site, it's a lot easier to hold the objective as long as you got that spawn trap in place. But once that A objective is compromised, it is basically 88 and out the gate. You look at it, you roll right over to that B objective, and then by the time you get there, the attackers, their lives are re-up as soon as they capture the objective. So pays to play the objective early on. Later on, a lot harder to shut down.
Lots of diving, deep analysts that we could bring to it. But it's not even just the fact that we have 16v16. The teams are going to be broken up into squads of 4 where they can actually select their own classes and their loadouts.
This definitely adds another layer of complexity within this whole thing. Even though, yes, it seems fun, there are 4 different classes to choose from. And I'm hoping and praying that all of these team captains and their members got enough XP to actually go in there and get as much of util as possible. First up, you got the Vanguard. That is going to be your assault, damage focused, but you also need to heal fast. This is what I kind of like to say, that it's basically a tank. The second one is going to be your rescue, a support, your healer for your team, and you know how important it is to revive your teammates. The third one is going to be your infiltrator, or your scout, and definitely going to be more intel focused and agile, and definitely can be your lurker in the team. And last but not least, you have the technician, anti-vehicle focused, that FHJ to stop the tanks.
Yeah, there's a lot that comes with this, and I know it's going to be very fresh and very new for a lot of people that are out there, but don't worry, we've got a lot of action to get you familiar with it and maybe give you a couple of tips and tricks throughout the day as you look to load in. But with that, let's take a look to see exactly how today's format is going to work for this particular competition. We're going to be playing 5 different games of Ground War Breach, where the kills will net you 1 total point per each player, of course, and then if the team that wins will get themselves an extra 10 points. After we're done with the game, the teams that make up each side will shuffle around, where again, $200,000 total dollars is up for grabs. So looking at our schedule, this is how it breaks down. There is a little bit of a fun element mixed into the middle of today. We'll be going into the virtual club and playing a couple of mini games. I know everyone's excited to see that back. Yeah, should be a lot of really fun. And then on top of that, not only are there going to be a number of things that the players can do to get money in game with things like MVP, highest KD, but we also got a lot of stuff for you guys at home to get your votes in to also kind of award our players with their own little bounties on things like funniest moments, multi-kills, things like that. But we'll learn more about that later as we get through it. As far as everything else going on, this is an interactive show here, friends. We need you to get on social media, get on X, the artist formerly known as Twitter, and use the hashtag GWBHashbrag to let us know your opinions, your thoughts, maybe talk a little bit of smack to some of the players that are out there. Which, of course, sets me up perfectly to introduce our 8 individual captains. Starting off right on my right here, bringing some of the biggest dad energy, and probably the only dad energy on the day, we've got Bobby Plays.
Oh man, it's our favorite girl dad right here, Bobby Plays. They talk about his snipes, but definitely not talking about his boxing.
Well, a little further down, I imagine these guys are going to be chirping all day long. This guy claims to be a scratch golfer, which makes me Tiger Woods. We've got Noah Sunday.
Yeah, sarcasm is his first language. English is a priority at times, but my guy is heavy on the gunny. I'm looking for him to put on a show tonight.
Looking for more consistency possibly in-game than in his YouTube upload schedule, we've got Hawk's Nest.
Voted to most likely have the most deaths and most likely the best WAP. Let's see if our favorite photographer will have a picture-perfect game.
And of course, if you've been following competitive multiplayer, you know this guy. And for some reason, we keep letting him in the country. We've got Vague.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's been carried more through LA than a Louis V duffel bag. Let me tell you, my guy's been carried to champs. He's going to get carried today. But hey, he's going to be rolling in money.
Looking to farm in-game as much as he does on X, we've got Godsley.
Man, the best blonde hair in Call of Duty Mobile, and let's see if he'll go Super Saiyan inside of the game.
Rumor has it this next guy actually still showers with this hat on. We've got Winsanity.
Yo, I mean, it's in the name, Win. He's gonna do it, and that's not a cap, even though he's always wearing one. Let's get it, baby.
Of course, the self-proclaimed tallest player in Call of Duty Mobile history, Aerith, is up next.
I can't believe I'm casting and playing at the same time. Is she smiling at you? I don't know. The best poker face in Call of Duty Mobile.
And last but not least, maybe the best drip on stage here today, we've got Jokesta.
Hey, in Bobby's chat, they call me the lookalike of Jokesta, so my question to him is, absolutely, why are you the most handsome man here? I see the resemblance.
Yeah, okay. Well, with that, that's our 8 captains. They did have a chance to pick their own squads of 4. Verdict, anyone in particular you're kind of looking at here?
I mean, I'm looking at all of them. Look at these mugshots. They're beautiful. Hawk's Nest looks like he's going to run through the competition, but Godsley, he's just a handsome fella.
On the other half, again, we're fully loaded here. Beef Mommy, anyone in particular you're looking at?
I'm taking a look at Jokester right now. We already mentioned it. Guy looks good. He's also casting and playing at the same time, kind of like what I'm saying with Aerith a while ago. But yeah, everyone looks like they're locked and loaded.
Well, again, these are some heavy loaded rosters from top to bottom. That's just a brief overlook. But Verdict, you have, I know, one particular favorite that kind of echoes off of the competitive history of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you got to address the elephant in the room. We're talking about Team Vague. These guys are stacked to the brim with talent. I'm talking about an earnings check of over $600,000. It's going to be a lot more by the end of the day. He's gotten carried to this point. Can the Omen bottom fragger fry out and do something for himself?
Well, the other side of things here, Beef Mommy, it's not just we have some historically great competitive multiplayer players, but there's also a BR element that comes into play here.
There needs to be a balance, and absolutely, I honestly believe that Noah's team has the best balance within the whole competition. People forget that Noah won last year's BR Invitational, so he definitely has an upper hand when it comes to tournaments like this. Not just that, he has the #1 player in multiplayer, Lucasen, playing in his team. And last year, he definitely shredded the entire competition. Not just that, 2 BR players in the form of Citrus and Ice Splinter can definitely provide that balance.
It's going to be really fun, I think, just to see who holds advantages, because again, this is the first time we've seen this. But alongside all of our captains and all of our players, of course, you're probably out there wondering, wait a second, we didn't mention one of the biggest names in Call of Duty Mobile. He takes the show by himself. We got Ferg with us. How are you, brother?
I'm doing great. How's yourself, Ship?
Yeah, doing well, my man. Thanks for joining us. I know you've been doing a ton of stuff on the YouTube as well on your live stream with the 4th anniversary.
Yeah.
How have you enjoyed the overall season so far?
It's great. It's given me vibes of the 1st anniversary and the 2nd, which were my 2 personal favorites, so I can't say anything better about it.
Hey, I've got to know because I couldn't find anything. What is the go-to loadout for this ground war breach tournament? Because I'm looking at it and it's very difficult to break down.
Well, if you're somebody like Hawks that misses a bunch of shots every time he hops into a match, you want to use the RPD coolant suppressor because you have infinite ammo and there's no perk like Vulture or anything like that. But if you're somebody like Veg or what you're seeing on screen right now, me, you're going to want to be rocking like an HVK, a Growl, something that's good medium to longer ranges that kills fast.
Have you kind of felt that this game mode is a perfect hybrid between the multiplayer and the BR? Like, how have you kind of evaluated it?
It's an interesting blend of like BR movement along with multiplayer first person, because first person is actually not something that people like to play as much in BR. It's a really third person dominated thing, so it blends them both together, and it's something that's pretty interesting for everyone to come and play. It's just something new and fresh, and we've been wanting that in Call of Duty Mobile for quite a while now, so it's great.
Speaking of new and fresh, Ground War Breach is not the only new thing here. We also have the club, and granted, yes, we saw it last year. I mean, 2 years ago in the 1st anniversary, but we're definitely seeing new game modes here in the club and also in real life club. What's your favorite feature so far here?
I would have to say the boxing ring, because not only do I beat Bobby in the boxing ring, I also beat him IRL in 1v1 boxing too. So if anyone says anything else other than me beating him, it's wrong. I'm sorry.
Let's get it set up.
I mean, come on. This is already starting off pretty spicy. Ferg, thanks for stepping with us here on the bar. Of course, if you guys want to see more from Ferg, he's going to be watch partying from inside this virtual club with us. So check him out at youtube.com/iFerg. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for coming through.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Our pleasure. With that, hey, that's going to do it here as far as how we're setting up the opening of our show. We have the first game getting ready to go. Make sure you stay tuned. The Ground War Breach cash grab starts right after this. Welcome back, everybody, as we're getting ready to go for our first map in the Ground War Breach Cash Grab Invitational. Again, we got $200,000 up for grabs. Who approved that? Especially for these content creators. My goodness. It's going to be a fun one, though. I'm Shift with Verdict and Beef Mommy. We're going to learn a lot about not just our teams, our players, our captains, but in particular about the mode. This is going to be a really cool, a fun dig dive into what we have here.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. And you can take a look at it. The teams right here are going to be dissected as we're seeing on the screen. We're going to have a pretty balanced start, if I have to say so myself. Hawksnest, Noah, Aerith, and Godsley on one. On the opposite side, Vague Jokesta, Bobby, and Winsanity.
I love the balance between these teams in the first game. And like what we already knew, if it becomes imbalanced, which I'm pretty sure which is going to happen in the next few games, because in the bottom of the teams, whoever comes out in the bottom, they get to choose which side goes which when it comes to these teams.
Yeah, that's the big thing is, again, just to reiterate for all you guys at home, if you're joining us late, we've got 5 different maps that we're going to be playing. But throughout that, the teams will shuffle based on how they kind of get on the leaderboard and things like that. So, I mean, do you have any particular way you're leaning in this first one? I mean, again, we're not really sure at the moment, but if you were to pick one side or the other, Verdict, who are you kind of leaning towards in this opening map?
I looked at it on the left-hand side of the screen. It looks like they're going to be on the attacking side off the rip. They're going to be farming kills. And once they get past that objective, I could see them making a run for, you know, a complete full run. Obviously, they're going to be counting those kills, but 10 points for winning on the attacking side? I mean, I'll take the free points, right?
Yeah. Do you think there's going to be a certain particular strategy? Because, again, like 10 points to win, but really, I mean, it's 4 teams on one full squad, and the individual kills very well may make the difference today.
Yeah, you hit it right on the nail. It really is important to hit those kills because, yes, you may lose, but if you get like 30 kills a person, that is a lot of points down. And especially if you do get that win, that's just going to add up at the very end.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think there's going to be a certain level of, you know, some of our creators may look at the superlative list and say, I'm not playing all that well. Maybe I'll go for most deaths today.
I mean, what do you want to do that, though? Is he's like, oh, I'm just getting absolutely cooked, bro. Do I just, like, fall back and, hey, every time I die, I'm just going to go ahead and give up?
Well, it's an interesting point, I think, just to kind of see where the money is distributed and how exactly they go. So just to kind of reiterate, in case you missed the opener here, we'll be playing 5 different games of Ground War Breach, and like we kind of loosely mentioned, every kill will count for a point, and then the side that wins, all 16 players will, of course, get that bonus of the extra 10, totaling in 200K. But the thing is, half of that is going towards all these extra categories, the bounties, the superlatives that we've been talking about. So it'll be really interesting, I think, just to see how that starts to shake up throughout the entirety of the day. Let's just kind of maybe go a little bit deeper into the mode itself, because we talked about the fact the offense, you got to capture flags, but you're on a limited life count. The more important thing here, Verdict, though, is that the offense, once you capture a flag, will get bonus lives to play with.
No, absolutely. It's kind of like that crank game mode. It rewards you for being proactive, playing that objective. You're going to be moving fast. You're getting upgrades on your guns as well.
Yeah.
That is absolutely huge. And the limited lives is a factor off the rip, but once you get out of that initial spawn trap, as I mentioned earlier, it is so hard to stop. I don't think I have seen a game yet that didn't go in favor of an attacking team that got past that A objective. So that's the key to victory right there if you're attacking.
So you're saying you got to come out the gate swinging, otherwise the game may just kind of find its way snowballing against you in a certain way. Do you kind of agree with that, Beef Mommy?
Absolutely agree. When it comes to the attacking side, not only can you farm kills on the defense just because they have unlimited lives, once you get past that A capture point and plus get the tank and APC, definitely going to be an advantage to you just because you have extra firepower going into it. So another thing that the defense could do is also rely on their snipers. So this is where you get to see all of those classes kind of come into play.
Yeah, it's really curious because there is the element of like almost like a power play when you do earn something like the tank, because it can be repaired. You can use it throughout the entirety pretty much of the map if you're able to earn it up. Does that kind of feel like a linchpin towards success for the offense, kind of getting out of the spawn trap and then carrying momentum of their own?
And one thing that you have to consider here is if you give up, let's say you're down, you have to give up, you can actually spawn right beside your companions and also be into that HQ where you could actually spawn into that tank.
It's interesting stuff, and well, again, we've got a lot of things to look for throughout the entirety of the game. Of course, the MVP, the Terminator, Killionaire, cannon fodder, and moral support, those will all be pretty much self-determined, but you at chat have the power. There is a Google form pinned in the chat. It'll be there throughout the entirety of the show, where you're going to be able to vote on some of those extra categories that we see. And, well, I'm standing right here next to the Dad Power. Mr. Bobby Plays. I don't really know how to tell you this, but how much are you looking at the superlative list as a way to kind of get your money today?
There's a superlative list. I was just going for first.
Okay, yeah. You really think you have a chance at that?
Yeah, I mean, I might like accidentally get the most deaths, but I'm not going to be intentionally going for it. You know?
Are you sure that's the best strategy?
I mean, I think I can get it without trying.
No. Now I'm starting to see why you picked the players on your team that you picked.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the game mode just overall before we get into game number 1?
Pretty good. We played some scrims, like the content creators against the pro players yesterday, and the content creators won, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
Now, are you saying content creators as a general, or are you in particular? Because we saw you getting kind of work during practice.
Well, I was on the team that won.
Oh, okay. So that's all it takes, apparently.
Yeah.
All right, well, fair. Bobby's going to be doing what he can to try to get things going. Good luck there, brother. And, of course, we're ready to go for game number 1, so we'll head over to Beef Mommy Inverted and take us away.
All righty, let's go. I love the spiciness. Bobby taking shots early on. Beef, talk to me. You get on a platter like this, he is going to get it handed to him at some point, but you got to love the confidence.
I mean, these content creators are actually really good to begin with. Yes, they're going up against pro players, but they haven't played in a map like this competitively, so I feel like they're all starting off equal footing here. As we already mentioned, we do have Hawksness, Noah Sunday, Eric Godsley on the attacking side, Vague Jokes to Bobby Plays, and Winsanity on the defense. So they have a tremendous job to not let them capture this A zone, kind of like what you mentioned, right?
No, absolutely. Once you bust that seal, it is very hard to regain, per se. Right now, kills on the outside of the objective. We take a look. We assumed that we were going to be seeing a lot of Vanguard. It looks like we're just in a little bit of a pre-game lobby as of right now. So EM2 out here for the boys over at Noah Sunday. He was cooking yesterday. I got word, though, the biggest meta for this game mode has to be the Odin, I heard. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, that's one thing that I kind of wanted to ask you about, because for me, like what I mentioned and like what Ferg said to Hawksness, is I miss a lot of my shots.
Yeah, exactly.
So I have to have like a huge magazine for me. So I like having an LMG on hand, especially a chopper, because I have a build that can make it very stable, knowing very well that there's so much lengthy angles that you actually have to cover here. So SMGs might not work out, but honestly, I think it could work out at the later ends where you're going to be going into tighter corners. How about for you?
I think so. If you're going to PTFO, you got to have something that's going to be lethal up close and personal. We'll see if it gets up close and personal here for this one. Right, you got to get out of the spawn trap initially, but it does look like we're going to go ahead and bounce back to the main desk and shift. Talk to me. We didn't get a chance to actually see the gameplay just yet, but we've got a little bit of a peek on the inside. How's it looking so far?
Yeah, I think that the most curious part of this is not necessarily even on the individuals, but you got to keep in mind that it is 16v16, but these are 4 separate teams combining to make 16, and they're also still playing for themselves while still collectively trying to play for the extra 10 points. So it'll be really curious, I think, to see how each of the individual 4 squads work together, if at all, to make a good cohesive group of 16.
It gets really complicated because later on, they're going to be going up against each other possibly. So it is really interesting in the micro sense. If they're going to be working together, yes. But if you're on the attacking side, you have to work with all 3 other captains. So definitely really interesting.
Look, I talked to Little B earlier in the week. He ain't playing for nobody but himself. So Bobby's over there cooking earlier. I'm just starting to think back like, that is false confidence. Who is going to have this guy on his team and all he's going to be doing is looking out for himself?
Well, I think there's got to be some level of, like, ego pulling here for some of the individuals.
Yeah.
Like, if, you know, Lucas, like you mentioned,
Yes.
he's like one of the best players in the world, and he's in LA for the event. So, like, you got to think at a certain point, you just let him off the leash and just do what he does best and hope he can just kind of score up some points for your squad.
Yeah, you can see all of these teams are actually taking it very, very seriously. And Lucasin being here, we're just going to put in a topic because they were talking about him the entire time during the rehearsal. I was hearing their comms. He's using the AK-117. Oh, he just had a double collat. I'm like, yeah, yeah, you need that ego to boost up your team when it comes to these kills, which we already know is a tremendous thing to happen here. But again, it's a team game. You need to win, do the proper comms, and eventually lead your team to success.
And I think on top of that, we did see a handful of like practice games for the players yesterday. We did see a lot of sniper rifle gameplay come out, and I can understand the idea behind that verdict because there's a lot of long-range sight lines that come through, but you're also giving up some quick kill potential because if you knock somebody at range, you don't necessarily finish them off because you've got a scope in your hand. You can't push your knocks.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say, I think you're onto something here. We talked about getting out of that spawn trap early on. There's a vantage point on that A objective where you could literally overlook onto the objective. That could be a great thing in the beginning, maybe changing classes afterwards. You're not going to be able to get your thirst on kills regardless, so why not go ahead and get that early body count down, count your kills, get the objective.
So there is an element you guys think and kind of anticipate that there's going to be a lot of fluid versatility between loadouts in any particular map because of how the map lays out. Do you kind of agree with that strategy as a good rule of thumb?
Definitely. This map is huge. It's the biggest multiplayer map that we've had, even bigger than Satellite. So that's definitely a huge thing to consider. And like what we mentioned, early game, you'd want to have those long-range engagements because if you're pushing as an attacker going into the defensive side, you need to have a heavy hitting guns. That's when your vanguards actually play. And later on, I feel like that's when the tac deployment becomes a huge deal because that's when you can not only dictate where your players are going to be, it's a tactical advantage later on.
And that could be something that I think from the defensive side, we really kind of can train our eyes towards because there is a level of, yeah, I got knocked, but my lives don't necessarily count that much. Do I just give up on trying to be rescued and just instantly respawn back in to get into the action quicker?
Yeah, because you're not saving anything. Once you go down, the kill for the other team counts.
Yeah.
So if you get rezzed, it don't matter. As a matter of fact, you might want to get a chance to reset, maybe get your utilities back, maybe change your loadout because maybe that Odin just wasn't it because, just like us, that shot's just not hitting. So, I mean, I guess there's a dynamic to it.
Indeed. Well, we are waiting for game number 1 to come to us. So while we wait, again, make sure you guys are getting on X, use the hashtag as we mentioned, and also get familiar with that Google form for all of your voting. We'll step away for just a moment. When we come back, map number 1 starts. Welcome back into the club, at least our version of it. I'm not going to lie, this set looks awesome. And super, super cool. And we've got our own little makeshift bar here as we're getting ready to go for game number 1. Hopefully serving up something nice and hot and spicy. That's actually not good for the season at all. I mean, it's
definitely not this early in the morning either. I mean, look, Schiff, let's not lie. We're a little on the older side. We might not make it through the day.
Yeah, all I need to order up is some more coffee over here. I'm Schiff with Verdict and Beef Bobby, of course. We're getting ready to go for game number 1. Just to remember and remind you guys as far as how our first matchup of teams and captains are going to go in this 16v16. Hawks, Noah, Aerith, Godsley on the offense. Vague, Jokesta, Bobby, and Wins teams on the defense. Let's just kind of point to some players in particular, because we said some rosters in total have looked good, but who are you looking towards here, Beef Bobby, on the offensive side that could possibly pop off as we jump into game?
And here we go. We're finally jumping into game. And to answer that question, honestly, you're looking at the pro players that are otherwise really used to being in that competitive sense. But yeah, it's more than just that, though. We already explained a while ago that the strategy definitely works out. You need to get every single zone cleared out if you're on the attacking side. As you can see over here, we're starting on that HQ on the attacking side. They have to push towards A1 and eventually get to B1, B2. So it does get a little bit complicated the more that we're playing the game.
Yep, and you got to be preservative of your lives as well as we jump on into it. You start off with 100 if you're on the attack, as we're on board with Godsley. And from there, you earn points as you capture the objective. So let's see what he can do. There it is. This is a strat that we were talking about prior to the start of the game. Trying to get those long-range gun kills out of the players out of position that are going to be putting the pressure on for you for a spawn trap certainly could be a very interesting one. As Godsley, what are we looking at, bud?
He's trying to go, you know what, like what you mentioned already in the rehearsal, I always accidentally shoot my teammates, but he finally spots someone, and they're very much knowledgeable where the hot spots are going to be. The sniper's providing a lot of that space, so he's trying to establish that information, giving it to his team.
Yep, there it goes. And speaking of team, Juan Wick just taking down Little B. Get mean, buddy. We talked about you just going after yourself. Maybe he's just going for those most deaths in a game. Right now, are we trying to clear the back line out here for Bobby plays? They're putting the pressure here for the defense. And right now, so far, so good. The res is going to come through. I wouldn't too much want to spend time on this one, but hey, they're going to go ahead and continue on now as we swap over to Vague's point of view. He's all over the objective, and let's be real, he's hitting his shots.
I mean, I'm not surprised that he's going to be right in your face, but unfortunately for him, he does get spotted out and opts to give up instead. As you can see, slowly but surely, the attacking side going to slowly get the objective, not just that, but also get the kills. Aerith, on the other hand, tries to get a lot of that ground clearance as well from that top hill.
Yep, top hill, 1 kill, down, dead, dusted. Let's get the res now as I'm taking a look at it. Looks like we got 90 lives on the left-hand side of our screen. It is getting a little bit of desperate times calls for desperate measures. You don't want to get past that 80-point threshold for lives. But at the same time, it's really hard to get off this spawn trap. If you can bear and brace yourself for this particular moment, you've got yourself certain glory.
I mean, that's the thing. They're waiting for players like Godsley to just generate as much space as they can before they actually go and push. And they only have 86 lives left. And it'll make that 84 already. So the lives are dwindling just a tiny bit. And so far, they haven't really covered any kind of ground. They're only inching slowly but surely. And Noah getting a lot of these shots down as well. But he finally downs a lot of people.
Yeah, there it is, man. He's sitting on, what, 5 already? We talked about 30, 40. If you get a lobby like this and you're doing that, that's impressive right here as he's rocking the M2. You can see at the bottom portion of his screen as he pushes up. Every time you get a kill, you're getting to work towards kill streaks that include munitions box, but also upgrades for your weapon. Right now, it's a little bit of peril in paradise as we see objectives going to be hopped, and it looks like the attacking side are going to have a little bit of clearance as they do stop the clock. And where was that shot from?
I mean, that's the thing. A lot of these players are using head glitches to their advantage, and the snipers really deal a lot of damage, especially on the defensive side, and that's why it's taking so long for the attack to actually capture the zone. And one thing that is super important here, if you are on the defensive side, you need to make sure you're staying inside of the zone. But we finally get to see Hawksness trying to get that tag all across the map. So that's definitely going to be a huge start for the side of the attack.
There it is. There it is right there. The zone's captured. They got to get over the B. You got a little bit of time to make the progress over. You saw the life count. They were at 77. Not necessarily in the best position, but you got that 50 plus once you captured and that rotation over. As soon as this point closes, if you're left behind, you're going to be dead. Right now, they're trying to get a little bit of ground cover, and this is it. If you're the attacking squad, you got a solid setup. Let's see if they can execute here on this B1 objective.
Yeah, now the attacking side needs to be split into two. Let's see if they're going to go in for that kind of split push. B1, B2, is that they're going to be captured, or are they going to go in for a more unison push in one of these two sites in this Bravo flag? So definitely going to be really important. That's when the tank I see, every time I play it, you get to see the tank absolutely rage on into these open spaces.
Oh, jokester. Look at that. No joke of that shot. He's looking good. The AK-117, we saw the Brazilian line himself. Let me tell you, he's crispy. But this one, the shots, jokes the joker. He is not joking again. Again, he's going to get knocked. But, hey, he took down 2 with him. That's going to be kills going in his favor. And the defense so far, looking solid. But as I mentioned, it's just a tumble effect. Once you get past A, it is basically impossible with the respawns.
I mean, even in the defensive side, the defense is looking pretty good. Everything seems to be in order for them. Bobby having that 5 kills, Jokes having that 6 a while ago. And the question a while ago that we were saying is that on the defensive side, is it better to give up, or are you going to wait for your team to res? Well, that's the thing. You could actually try to wait for your teammates, especially if you already established a really good angle. So a lot of the time, we're seeing a lot of them giving up and opting to go in for the HQ instead.
Okay, all right. Oh, he's instant kill. Whoa. Hawksnest on the attack side, or he's defending? I'm looking at it right here. Envy is in the feed as well. Citrus going to get drop space, getting involved. Airtown to take the top side of the hill. And so far, they've only been able to get a little bit of progress on that B site, and they've lost about 15 lives. So, I mean, they're not doing too bad as we see some more kills coming through. Everything's starting to be a little different. You talked about reses earlier. If you're the defense on this side, you might as well just go ahead and chalk it. Like I said, go ahead and get back in the game. You got to be playing for kills at this point.
As we can see over here, Era's trying to go in there and push with her teammates. B1 trying to get captured. It's a very open space. We also saw that is going to be smoked out. And that is where the importance of that rescue and their smoke grenades can definitely come into play. And so far, though, they have no idea where the rest of the defense is, and they're hiding pretty well. And right now, they need to go and push it because one by one, they are going to be taken down. As you can see over here, Marshy's just dealing a lot of damage.
Oh, he's a freak, man. What the freak? He's got the shutdown right there. Vague, yeah, we know. Duffel bag up. Let's see if he can get some shots in. They're coming through. Look at this. He's a pro player. He's got 2 kills. Come on, Vague. You're better than that, homie. Let's see if he can at least get the res right at this point. He's got the Vanguard loadout as well, and he's just going to say, you know what? I'm not a team player. I want the gunny. I'm not trying to look funny out here.
There you go. I mean, the Vanguard seems to be the most favored class out of everything here so far. A lot of the time, Vanguard, Rescue, that's definitely going to go hand in hand, but you need to find your technicians to throw in those clusters as Vague is finally going down. It really is the snipers just having a field day here, clearing out a lot of those players trying to push in.
So Bobby's over there getting spicy. I already heard him. He's like, look, I'm not rezzing you if you're not on my team. Okay, he's a team player, but if you're not on his team, I don't care if it's a 4v4, 8 player or 8 teams in the lobby. If you're not in my roster, don't ask about a res, buddy. Go ahead and kill it. We're playing for kills right here. The FHJ out for Bobby. He's trying to get some cluster grenades. Those things are pesky, let me tell you. We talked about the elements of BR. They are coming to play here. I feel like they're more overpowered on this map.
I like what I'm seeing here because Bobby is in a spot where a lot of the times the tank actually goes in pursuit, and he has the technician class to begin with. FHJ definitely going to be a huge way to stop the push, but so far, he's finally spotting that, and like what I mentioned, it's so important to have that FHJ in hand just in case. But you can see over there, they're actually repairing the tank, and that is just big brain plays for the attacking squad.
Okay, hats off. Bobby down. He said, forget about it. I will go ahead and res myself on the revive.
Process. So much damage.
He took a lot of damage. Who was in that tank, by the way? I know what Hawks. If Hawks is in there, we're going to have a word. We always frown upon people who use tanks inside Battle Royales, but I guess we'll allow it today.
They tried so hard, but I mean, it just didn't bring him too far. But there you go. As we're going back into the attacking side, we're actually seeing a lot of clearance down. B1 already captured. Now we need to see B2.
Yeah, the interesting thing, just to kind of chime in, we saw it. A only had the 1 flag. You capture the full zone, that's when the offense gets the extra lives. But with B having 2 separate flags, they don't get that bonus until the full zone gets captured. That's got to be something we keep our eye on throughout the rest of the day.
Oh, I absolutely agree. As a matter of fact, we talked about time. We don't necessarily know what the time restraints on this one are, but I'm assuming the lives are going to disappear as we see it on the screen. We got 83 left, and Noah, he's got a little bit of AM2 action, but he's also going to go ahead and get the rescue, and Band's right there trying to put some more shots in. They're trying to preserve everything they can at this point. And so far, they've done so good. They got to get that second B objective, and we all know the spawn down the bottom side of that hill is crispy. Okay, can he get on the top of the terrace? Good shots, Noah.
Man, it's just so difficult when you're on the attacking side, especially in this B zone, as they're slowly inching in into B2, which is so much more difficult to actually obtain. And so far, the snipers of the defense is just applying so much pressure and dealing a lot of damage. As we do get to see that Godsley is trying to provide, again, the eyes for the attack and trying to create that space that we keep mentioning time and time again. It is just proving difficult because they're not even close to that objective.
And this is such a huge map. We talk about elements of multiplayer and BR. Right now, there is an open path right here through the waterway. And at the top of the hill, you can almost bet your bottom dollar. There is everybody up there, and they are just licking their chops. Go ahead and fire right into my line of sight. I will take you down. Noah, can he be a gamer? I mean, it's tough, man. You got a bottom position. You got to rotate up top. There's no way around it. And Godsley on the top side trying to provide aerial patrol is only little enough damage to get done.
See, that's the thing with the setup of the defense right now. It's just so solid that even though the attacking side does have that tag, they're having such a difficult time because every time they down a defensive side or anyone in the defense, there is a tac deploy right beside that objective. So they're just spawning right there. And I feel like that's the importance of having that scout inside of your team.
Yeah, I love it. Love to see it right here as they're getting gouged. Lives down to 65. We got plenty of time. We're playing in the water right here. We all know water and COD. A great combination. Let's see what he can do with it. Vague. He's putting the pressure on. He's picked up slack a little bit as he's got 5 on board. The defense, though, holding the line solidly as we see the progression starting to come through. And he is going to get knocked the top side of this terrace. Was that Hawks? Oh, boy. Can we hear him talk?
Yeah, that was Hawks Nest, man. And definitely dealing so much damage already. This is the time the attackers need. And they're inching slowly but surely. Winsanity is going to be that last line of defense and definitely going to provide a lot of that information as well. He's going to be on that yacht side by the coastline. They don't know where he's going to be, especially if he's going to be sporting a very much interesting combo of being dead silent.
Okay, dead silent. Let's see what he can make of it. 5 kills on his name. I gotta say, he's doing a lot better than I probably would. This lobby is sweaty. You got pro players, you got BR players, and you got a TikToker and script, man. I'd love to see it. 3 defeat. What a beast. Capture's starting to come through. You can see it's starting to progress now. B1 looking to be obtained. Tectonic looking to pave the path. Looks like they are good and solid. It is gonna be a home run if they clear that plate. And surely at the top of the hill, it's still Godsley. He is still making a range shots.
I don't think we prepared well enough for this fight.
Oh, man, they just lost another objective. That is not looking good. Win was a huge playmaker for that round. He cleared it off. By the way, if the attacking squad captures a flag, as a defense, you could actually clear it out. So you need to be very careful. You need to be mindful of where you are. 45 lives on the attacking side, and this is not looking good, especially losing B1.
No, they didn't get it. They had everything, but the defense just like crushed
him.
I mean, you said it. The tac deploys, you respawn in. It is all out chaos. 16 on board for Noah, man. We said he's a gamer and certainly backing it up. Indy getting in the feed as well. And certainly, this is a moment of peril. You got 45 lives, so you chalk it and go for kills. What are we doing here? TDM, or are we going to play the objective?
Man, right now, we need to see kills on the attacking side. I mean, they finally captured that B1, but we saw Hawks next be fried like a barbecue right there. But they still need to clear out so much of space. And they're stuck here in this B zone. Like what you mentioned, once you capture that B flag, it's just safe cruising right there for the attack. But it seems like they're just having such a difficult time.
They are having a difficult time. We see Godsley, he hasn't moved an inch, buddy. There we go. Go ahead and pop that stimmy. No movement boost, but hey, you'll get those plates back, regen perfectly. Topside hill controlled. He is a man, but the plan, but Tech, oh, he's got other plans. Let me tell you, the defense, he's putting the foot down, baby. And the defense holding the line for the time being. They do get the capture there on the B1, maybe. I don't know, man. Things are getting crazy. We're down to 35. This is a moment of peril. It is now or never. You got to make your move.
Man, the snipers of the defensive side proving to be a little bit too much as Tectonic and Blur. It seems like their experience when it comes to those snipes in multiplayer is also translating here in Ground War Breach. Looking super solid, and like what you mentioned, 32 lives, and it's not looking fine for them as they still need so much ground to cover.
No, you know what? I made an assumption earlier. I've never seen a game be played out where the attacking teams got the A objective and didn't win the game. Right now, we're witnessing a breakdown. This is a very difficult objective to hold, and certainly the defense has put their foot down again. You got Gunny's like, Tech, I need to know how many kills he's got by the end. Every time I look up, he's a walking three-piece win. Looking to get a win under his belt as well. Man, they got the top side terrorist control. He's got two homies down. Good shots with the Odin right there as he's going to go ahead and get a little antsy, push on up. Stimmy's going to come out as well. And in the water, hello, he's a shark. He's going to take down another in space. On the trades as Little B does get drawn. Oh my. Vig!
Goodness!
Oh, finally. Was that a point blank from space? You nasty.
Yo, he got 10 kills. When we started things off, he was slow, but you know what? He finally found his footing. Seems like the close range engagement's definitely something that he prefers, and that is the play style that we like to see from someone like Vig, but everyone's doing their job on the defense with just 19 lives left for the attacking round. It seems like the defense for that B2 is just so solid for the teams of Big, Jokes, the Bobby, and Win.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier as well. That moment where they almost had the objective captured there in the B1 kind of just fell right underneath them. They have not been able to regain the attacking side down to but 19. Can they make the most of it? Band and team looking pretty solid there as the feeds are coming through. It's Blue lighting up the feed right now, and Noah's getting a little bit of aggressive as he does try to get the wraparound. This might be a few free kills for him. Oh, but he sniffed out in. He's got more talent in one hand than most mobile gamers do, I tell you that.
I mean, that's the thing. Noah pushed all on his own, and I feel like that was a good strategy. He was at the edge of the zone, and probably if he had Scout inside, then he probably would have been heard, and Ken wouldn't have gotten that kill. But there you go. Noah goes down. Great effort, and now 15 plays Infinity. That is just not a good number to hear.
Oh, no. To infinity and beyond right now. Not a lot to work for here on the attack. They're down to 12. The tank is going to come out, but we got a little tank v tank warfare. They're holding the line. The defense looking to shut it down. We're down to 11. Noah gets dropped yet again. And at this moment, you have to hang on for dear life. Brace yourself. This one has gotten brutal early on, and I favored the team of Bobby and Noah and had a lot of faith. And right now, it is crumbling before our eyes.
Man, look at that. It's just single digits at this point, and they're going down pretty quickly. And at this point, there's just no way to save your lives, save yourselves. And this is just a matter of who's going to get the most kills on the attacking side. And it looks like the 20 is definitely going to matter if you are going to be Noah Sunday. But right now, 0 for the attack as the defense gets that first dub here. The 4 teams definitely did a phenomenal job at defending.
Okay. Well, I'm impressed. I don't know about you all. They are absolutely cooking. I would have been fried in this lobby. It is past Thanksgiving, but there would have been plenty to serve from this body. Shift, talk to me. This one is getting interesting. We need to see the stats, but
you know, the interesting thing about it was there was this moment in the game where it looked at the offense, like you kind of mentioned, they got through A pretty cleanly, they got the first flag at B, and then all of a sudden that recapture that came from the defense completely took the wind out of the sails of the offensive side. So yeah, it'll be really interesting, I think, to see how things go. Keep in mind though, for all of you guys out there at home, that throughout the entirety of the day, those superlative bounties are going to be up to fan vote. There is a link pinned at the top of the chat that will take you to a Google Doc where, again, all of our teams will submit clips throughout the day for you to vote on and give a little bit of extra cash love to all of these guys that are out there. We'll get a full breakdown and look at the standings when we come back at the backside of the break. And, of course, at that, we will jump right into game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We're at the Ground War Breach Cash Grab Invitational.
that's...
we are through our first game of the Ground War Breach cash grab. Looked like it was going to be an offensive runaway until it wasn't, which is probably the most COD Mobile thing you could probably ever say. Big momentum shift there right on that B zone. Lots to break down as we're getting ready to go for the majority of our day yet still to come. Shift with Verdict and Beef Mommy. Guys, I mean, I think the thing about it is we saw a little bit of everything that we were kind of foreshadowing towards. A little bit of tank action, a little bit of repair action on the tank that could have been big. And of course, with that, a lot of highlights from some of our biggest players.
Juan Wick. Look at him. That's right. It's not John Wick from Wish. This is Shady. He is all up in the tank, baby. And look at it. He is just going to town. This was primitive action in the very beginning. A captured, but hey, you got to get something going a little later on in the game, too.
And look at the snipes on this guy. Ducky is definitely providing so much damage as the medic as well. And he's definitely there to rescue his teammates in times of need. But honestly, like what you mentioned already, Shiv, this is the best game number one that we could have asked. It showed everything that we could have been just to like establish everything about Ground War.
You know, the interesting thing, and it's just kind of hitting me because we're seeing it full value here on screen. You have to imagine that once that tank becomes active, it's literally a foot race to see who gets in it, because it looked like the majority of kills that we had were coming from either the main gun or the turret that comes with it. So it'll be really curious to see who was able to get in the tank most often and how much reward they were able to pull from that when it comes to, again, every kill equaling 1 point. I mean, any big surprises? I mean, at one point we were saying Vega only had 2 kills. We're like, what's going on?
Oh, he went on a tear, bro. He had 2 kills. I think he heard me and took it offensive. And finally, he started to turn on the gun. He, man, was frying towards the end. And very much so a MVP performance to rack it up towards that backside. So they were able to shut it down. They were able to get those 10 points. And he went on, what, a 10 spree, you said?
Yeah, he was at 10. The last time that we saw him, he was at a 10. But for me, the most surprising part was Bobby dealing damage on that tank.
Yeah.
It almost exploding, but the person inside the tank had the tactician and just did not deal any damage at all. So important to have the classes in check.
It's the first time we've really seen like a class-based type shooter element come in with Call of Duty Mobile. So really interesting, I think, just to kind of see how that power struggle is going to be throughout the entirety of the day today, especially with who gets in the tank, like we mentioned, more often than not. So yeah, that's game number 1 done and dusted. We're getting ready for game number 2, and it looked like at a time, not only were we going to expect the offense to maybe take the extra 10 points, but at the same rate, that recapture that came out really reset everything. And that's something that I think is going to be a very key element towards the defense, of knowing when they have the opportunity to do that and kind of stifle that offensive pressure. Let's take a look at our standings, though, through our first game. And we've got ourselves a tie up top. Team Bobby Plays and Noah Sunday tied at 73. Vague Squad sitting just underneath them at 72. Beef Mommy, any big surprises here?
Oh man, I love seeing the leaderboard, especially after game number 1. It doesn't matter if you won, but as long as you get the kills. Noah Sunday proves that with 73, the same as Bobby Plays in the winning squad. But the most important part is actually looking at the very bottom. Win Sanity with a 41 and Hoxus with a 38, meaning that they'll choose the sides of each of their teams.
That's a really big point. And I think the other interesting thing here is, like, again, we were talking what was going to be more important, winning as a full 16 or getting more individual kills. Noah's team right up there, even though they were on the losing side that time.
Hey,
Verdict.
you know what? You get you somebody that could do both. Obviously, Noah not taking the dub, but those kills coming through, so instrumental. Got to go ahead and get typical performance out of Bobby, though. I did not anticipate him to be able to put the squad together and fry with them. 73, remarkable, even with them getting that 10 points.
Now, the other part of this, and we don't want to frame up the negative side of things too soon, but only getting underneath 40 points in the first game, all of a sudden you're looking at a gap of 40 points between you and the top. There's a lot of money up for grabs here, Beef Mommy. At what point do you sit there and say, all right, we need to already re-strategize for the day?
Game number 2 is where you need to absolutely re-strategize. You got your practice in game number 1. You know how important kills could be, and it doesn't matter if you're going to be winning or not. Yes, 10 points is important, but Noah Sunday and everyone else who in the losing side that actually had a lot of kills just proves that, number 1, keep kills in mind, but also you got your superlatives if you don't have a win as a team, right?
It's one of those things that everyone can still walk away a winner, even if you're a loser, which we got 3 losers right here. So here's the thing, you know, are we already getting a taste of kills are going to matter more than winning at certain points? It kind of feels that way.
If you're Team Noah, absolutely, because you got the Brazilian Lion on your team and you've got a good support group with those BR mentalities. It's a combination of the two, and their guns are just as hot too. So I would be excited to see how they take this game number 2. And Hawks, bro, you've got to bounce back, buddy. 38 points? What?
Yeah, so sides will shuffle. You guys kind of hinted towards that as we get into game number 2. The teams that finish at the bottom of the previous game will have a chance to kind of go back and forth, pick who they want to play with. But we already had to have maybe some favorites to keep our eye on in terms of the bounties that are in the mix. MVP obviously is going to kind of come down to you two as far as who you think is doing that. But I think we're already kind of seeing some of the 4 on the side of Noah's team are looking good for things like most kills and highest KD, whereas I think we can kind of look towards the bottom to see who's got most deaths and least kills so far.
I mean, for me, I'm looking at the superlatives, right? Best kill with a cursed loadout. I'm just waiting for someone to pull up an ANA 45. I mean, that's
Oh my
you
God.
can already hear it in your head, the bells ringing all over the place, right?
They'd be able to take down a tank, though, right? I mean,
Exactly.
there's got to be some kind of strategy involved. You just can't be
Think
never
about
mind.
it.
It's the A45. You've got no life if you're using that weapon. All right, if you're bringing that one out, we are certainly going to be laughing right there along with you.
And I think on top of that, we saw in the highlight package, maybe we didn't see it from the captain's POVs, but we had a number of vehicle takedowns, and we saw a couple of snipe multi-kills. So again, chat, make sure you guys are keeping your eye on that Google form. It will be updating throughout the day with the teams, at least their opinion, their best submissions to try to take those extra categories that are all decided by what you guys have. When we come back, we'll be getting ready for game number 2. So don't go too far. This is, of course, the Ground War Breach cash grab. Welcome back, all of you crazy COD Mobile fanatics. We are live and in the club. As 50 Cent once famously said, find me in the club is going down. I'm too old.
I know.
People don't catch that reference. Boomer rap.
I'm thinking of like another song, you know, about like getting your shots down and everything super exciting inside of the club, but I got you, man.
I'll take the boomer rap references, Bert. Don't worry, I'll keep you off the clear.
I got you, bro. We're gonna get rich or die trying right here.
Hey!
Mini-Man will go down, and it is about to go down again here for Call of Duty Mobile. If we're talking about cheesy and punny little words with names and 50 Cent songs, I got you, homie.
Many men, many, many men. Many dollars being played for, by the way. Make sure, hey, you guys have a chance to react live with us, including our cringe rap references, by using the hashtag GWB cash grab throughout the day. I know that all of our creators that are out there streaming, I'm sure they all have an X tab open looking to see what the community's saying about it. So make sure you guys out there are letting them know about it. Use the rats, use the hashtag, get yourself active. Through one, the big highlight, hey, we've got tie up top, and the top three are separated by a single point. That included a team that was on the losing side. So kills really seem like it's going to be where you make your bread today.
It looks like it's a very effective strategy for the losing teams just to get that kill, especially when you know that you're going to be losing, only having 20 lives left on the attacking side. Just feel free. You have unlimited lives to try and get, especially the defense, we might have a more difficult time. But what I'm looking at is 7 and 8. When Sandy and Hawksness, even though they're at the bottom of the bracket, they still have an upper hand in choosing sides.
That's the big thing here, Verdict. And maybe there's a little bit of like mental aerobics, gymnastics that you can play here of like, wait a second, let's put the two top teams that are getting the most kills on the same side. So they're competing for kills, and it kind of waters down maybe their effectiveness.
Hey, I don't know. Hey, look, the kills are saturated. It's limited, but you're trying to pole vault your way past somebody, right? What's better way to just pummel a team than putting two of the top teams in there? It could go one of either ways.
It's a risk, but I'm just saying.
I mean,
I like it.
Honestly, the creators should like put down their headsets a little bit and listen to us because.
Hey, Vague did earlier.
Oh, did he really? Oh, yeah, he listened to you. He listened to you.
I know
he did.
It's an extra wrinkle in the brain folds right there. I don't know. Could be something to think about. Here's the other thing about it, too. We talked about this just again to give you guys the highlight. The tank looked like it was just indomitable. We saw the healing of it. We also saw on the highlight package clip after clip of 2, 3, 4 kills straight, no problem. It seems like that might be the easiest way to really vault yourself up in the kill totals, Beef Mommy.
I mean, when it comes to stopping the tank, I feel like if you're on the defensive side, knowing very well the attack will most likely race towards getting that tank, and that will definitely give them an advantage. Get the FHJ, more FHJ presence on the defensive side, and that's what we saw a while ago in game number 1, and it seemed to be very effective. And also the fact that they were able to recapture B1 is such a tremendous deal. So it means the attack needs to do a little bit of defending as well.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a really, really strong point, because like you mentioned, the A zone is just the one flag, but then everything gets wide open over the top of the B zone. So again, lots of things for us to kind of keep our fancy towards what exactly will be happening strategy-wise throughout the entirety of the day, both from the leaderboard perspective as well as in the individual games. So lots of stuff for us to consider there, as much as there is a lot of consideration going on right now with all of our team captains in terms of how do they want to set themselves up. The other kind of topic that I want to introduce here, because we started the whole day off looking like the offense got through the biggest obstacle and they were off to the races, but the players themselves yesterday were saying that defense is just so favored when it comes down to having a sweaty lobby of players. Is there an advantage towards selecting side maybe more than team Verdict?
I mean, whatever side Noah was on last game, he was farming kills, right? I know attacking for him, he needed those 10 points. He didn't need them, he got the kills. And when you're looking at it from that perspective, hey, maybe just let me run and gun. The defense is unlimited lives. Can I have a disposable all-you-can-eat buffet of players that you can grab and take for yourself?
All right, well, with that, that's all the frame up through game number 1. Here is what our lobby will look like for game number 2. And how about it? Noah and Bobby will actually be on the same sides this time. So our top leaders are all in the same position. So it'll be really interesting, I think, to see how things kind of frame up. As actually, we have a second here before we load into lobby to talk to Mr. Noah Sunday. I'm going to give you this microphone here so you can talk. Brother, I got to first and foremost ask, you guys were on the losing side of the last game, but you still are up there tied for first? You guys must have been frying.
Yeah, I was really happy to see that just because of the fact that, like you said, they got the extra points on us. And now that we're playing with Bobby, who is tied with us for first,
They're yapping in my ears. I'm really confident that we're going to be able to outslay them on our same team and then hopefully still get those extra points on Vague's team. So I feel like we're in a really good position going into the second game. And yeah, as far as slaying out goes, I mean, you saw #1 player in the world on our team, like 26, top frag the lobby, as to be expected. Hopefully he gets a 30 kill this game. But I'm feeling really good.
Sweet. Well, again, like you mentioned, it's going to be kind of a kill race between you and Bobby. We're going to keep our eyes on it. We are ready for game, though.
Sir.
So good luck, brother. Have fun out there. And, well, we'll send it back over to Verdict and Beef Mommy as we get ready for game number 2.
All righty, let's go ahead and get into it. Take a look. That list of creators is certainly epic. I wonder what Noah did to get there into that precinct. I'm certainly sure we'll find out later on. He is a criminal. Is he smooth enough to get away with the job, though?
Precinct in the 9-9. And there you go. Let's see who's going to be having a tight gameplay right here. And you already saw some sort of strategy going into Wynn's favor, as he's going to be on the defensive side in the second time in a row. And him putting Noah and Bobby on the defense could actually be a detriment to them, meaning that they don't have unlimited lives to actually play with. I mean, in terms of getting those kills.
No, you're right. And then you also have got an aggressive team in Vague. Basically, that LG roster, they're going to have limited lives, but they're going to have to play the objective. We all know LG struggling in some of those objective game modes. They have no struggles with the gunnies. We'll see if they can continue to keep that kill count up high as well. Noah, on the other hand, he's going to have to fend for himself. Limited lives, certainly going to be interesting. We'll see what they can do.
Oh, Jokes is already pushing way up
this is a
on
cheeky
top
spot.
of the hill. Exactly, it's a cheeky spot, but he needs to be careful to be right on the edge. But as we're going to be waiting for more of the gameplay here, we're already seeing certain strategies being played into the very early game.
And I think that's another element of you can kind of get yourself going quickly. I think in particular, we're obviously going to keep our eyes on Noah's team and Bobby's team, same side, not a point between them. Does that early start grow towards not just momentum, but extra in-game advantages towards things like positioning or extra boosts that you can find just by, again, leveling kind of throughout the entirety of the map?
Man, it's just so difficult to have both of these teams because I feel like it was such a big move for Wynn to have both of them in his team. Not only will he possibly get a win of 10 points because it's the strongest team, right? But he's also stopping them to get as much kills as possible. So I feel like that's such a big brain play. But on the other side of things, Hawk's definitely an important thing to have Vague in his team, knowing very well that he can go and frag out.
Very much so the case, but we will be resetting the lobby really quickly. So while we're waiting on the game to come back, we will also take just a brief break. Do the same at home. Stay hydrated, friends. We'll be back with game number 2 loading up right after the break. Welcome back there, friends, family. We, at the break, heard the Godfather, Bobby Plays, really ushering along. Everyone, get out of the game, get back in the game. Let's get this thing started, and we are ready to go. So take it away, Beef Mommy Verdict, game number 2.
All righty, let's get it, baby. It's game number 2, highly anticipated, much and waited. And everybody in chat, go ahead and hit that hashtag blame vague. That is the culprit right there as we start off here. A little bit of defensive positioning as we start to spawn trap. And Beef, tell me.
Man, he just wouldn't leave the lobby. I'm just kidding.
Wait, we're not in pregame lobby. No, there's kills. We're going.
There you go. We're going to keep things rolling right up in here. Bobby Plays still going to be on the defensive side, and looks like he's in a really good position to spot out everyone else that are trying to get that upper side of the hill, but he does get down.
Oh, he does indeed. The shady up top. This is a cheeky little spot. He's not going to get rezzed. Hawk's Nest finally starting to heat up. There we go. The spray transfer. He's frying. He's got 4 right now, and he's playing the objective.
Hey.
Love to see it, but does get downed out of nowhere. What was Kin Strafe's stat? Godsley on top of the hill trying to preserve the map control.
Oh my goodness, he's doing the hip fire, and he's just going to be so aggressive, and that's definitely going to be really key for them to get that, but he does get spotted out. Trade after trade, they're still trying to establish that early game, but the attacking side, quick on that A1 capture.
Oh yeah, you talked about it. Elements of BR coming into play. Hip fire, absolutely OP. Love to see it right there. PTFO, very, very early on. I don't see where the life count is right now, but we've already got Zone A coming through, and it looks like we're going to be able to make the transition on through. We'll see if Aerith can make it out. As we see on the other side of the hill, there are plenty of Peaky Blinders over there, let me tell you. They are not looking to be friendly.
I mean, we already know that this is such a different gameplay compared to the first one. I feel like it was just a little bit too slow in game number 1, and now it's just lightning quick. They are trailblazing already, tank in hand, driving towards those B objectives. And it seems like they want to go in for that B2 capture. They do have to leave certain people into that capture once they do, and eventually send the rest of the squad into B1.
I'm gonna be honest with you, nobody's being sent to the grave with this loadout. I didn't realize we had cursed ones coming through. The Damascus threw me off for Aerith, and I was wondering, how is she not frying? She's got a chick 'em with a 3 times, 6 times, whatever that was. It was atrocious. The shots here from Joe.
Superlatives.
Superlatives. Hey,
right
somebody's
there.
thinking ahead of time.
I knew it. I'm so excited.
Nail on the head, baby.
Cursed loadout right there, but we did hear our content creators talk about the Chicken and how he's actually really good this season, very much usable, and that is a testament right there. And now going back to the gameplay, Jokesta going to be smoked out, and that's going to provide him a lot of cover, and it seems like he's such in a good position to try and res his teammates actually down right now.
Oh, I appreciate this right here. Look at the top. We got 132 lives. He's got the line. Oh, but the shots, he's getting split. I think he did still get the knock. If not, a teammate did. But they're snaking all out as they get out of the water. The container is certainly a frisky spot. Stimmy coming out for win. Sanity, he's not going to be able to stick it. And just like that, Tech, the straightest shooter in the game, going to go ahead and shut him down to 130. Still plenty of time to make something happen, though.
Man, Ducky did such a huge favor on the attacking side just because they took out Winsanity, the solo defender on that B side. And obviously, that's going to give them a lot of ground to cover. And as we are seeing a lot of these kills go down, 123 is a lot of lives and a lot of time for them to try and capture the more. I feel like it's the harder side. B1 is just so difficult to capture.
Oh, you're absolutely right. We saw it almost inside right now. As we got a little bit of tank warfare. It's one shot. Get it, Bobby! Shutting him down. Little B actually going to get the credit for the kill there, but OP strats coming through for the Godfather. Logical reasoning coming through in the beginning of the game. And let me tell you, logical thinking here, you can't kill me if I'm in a tank, buddy.
Logical reasoning comes into play, and honestly, if I'm playing that, I'm just going to be pressing W, but take a look at the health of the tank right now. It's not looking too good. 28% left in that tank, but he's still dealing a lot of damage outside, though. But then in the outskirts, he's actually not spotting a lot of people, and he's just trying to provide as much noise and trying to provide the distraction.
Yeah, but where's the teammates at? We got to call a little B out. He said he was playing for numero uno. He's got a tank of his own. Can we get some support for Bobby? Hawk's Nest. As we look at his point of view, he's trying to shut it down over here onto this B2 objective. Oh, the kinetic couldn't save him. Oh, he's gotten pushed by 2. Certainly an unfortunate situation. Up top, it's Noah. As we see, he's got a little bit of a slow start here. Not used to this gamer in particular having any kind of bad games.
Oh my goodness, B1 already having so much of progress already. They're gonna be locked down, and it seems like the attacking side finally gets that B1 flag, and now all they have to do is run on over into B2. And we already know that B2 is a little bit easier, but hey, take a look at this verdict.
Oh, is it actually captured? What is it? Okay,
Yeah,
it is shut
captured.
down. 113 in the life count. Okay, I'm seeing it now. Everybody got a re-up. It went through. I know we had a little moment of peril last game where, hey, did they get the capture in or not? The circle did not complete, and that's where things got wrong. Right here, we're getting some more cursed loadouts here from Aerith, and my goodness, what is this? Is that the NA-45? What gun are we looking at here?
Unfortunately, we only see a scope, but I feel like I'm hoping it is the NA-45.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Hey, I mean, we already mentioned it a while ago, and they listen, and now all they need to do is actually go in there for the attack, and now they're defending this B1 flag. Like what we mentioned a while ago, in game 1, you can still lose that flag, and so right now they're trying to find a way to actually still establish some dominance here in the B flag, while the rest of their team is actually going in for the attack in B2.
Yeah, the key here, try to get up to the top of the terrace. Right now, you got to get past the gatekeeper. Jesus saves it. Rabalo trying to get the refrags. They are tech is well going to get involved. As we see everything looking pretty solid, as this objective here is compromised for the time being. We'll see if they can get the job done with 104 lives still remaining. So Godsley sticking to the trend here. The abomination of a loadout there in that Shickum. God, I felt bad just looking at it. I couldn't imagine using an Aerith loadout. That looked like a normal one. Maybe I'm just a bot because I'm definitely not sniping in a lobby like this.
At this point, like, just put any gun in all of these very talented people's hands, and they will definitely shred with it. And it seems like the Chickem's actually doing a pretty good job at also saving the amount of bullets that you have. You need to also consider that the ammunitions box is going to be a huge playmaker in this game, just in case that you run out of those bullets. As we can see here, Godsley spotting one and is able to kind of revive himself a little bit, and will give that rescue to his teammate that will still provide him a little bit more, you know, capability to go in attack.
Yeah, let's keep that map control right here. This is where we saw that last team in the last game break down. Getting past this waterway, very difficult. Up top, there are plenty of strangers. They're not friendly. 3 stacking it. This is gross. They're holding hands.
They are.
Can't you just win your own gun? Nope, they ain't playing today. They want to play for keeps, and certainly I can't blame them. 94 now as they're getting hemorrhaged on the attacking side. And it does look like they are having a little bit of trouble, exactly where we left off in that last game.
And that's the most important thing to question here, is that if you are fully decked out, you need to find a way to get those XP points. And what do you mean? All of these creators had to grind before this tournament to ensure the maximum capability of, number one, their perks, their classes as well. And so you can see that some actually damage more than others, and it seems like they grinded way before this tournament.
Oh yeah, and Aerith is certainly a pro player. I would have been shooting my teammate right here that hopped up right in front of her face just a moment ago. I'm just like having relapse from when I was playing. Obviously, y'all don't want to hear about that. We're going to talk about that. Those are crispy. She's got 8. And on the attack, they're having a little bit of struggle as, you know, making the water transition is certainly one that has been very intrepid. We'll see if they can regain now. As you get up top of that staircase and on top of that terrace, it is game over, lights out. They got to get there first, and the girl is absolutely cooking.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting really good shots in this game, and another person that's actually doing a phenomenal job is Hawksess with 11 already. Seems like the attacking round is actually giving him a little bit, and just as I said that, all the way to 14, but does get down. They still have so much ground to cover, as B2 still needs to find a tiny bit of progress.
Yo, get the chef's hat off of Hawks. Who's letting him cook? He is in the kitchen. He's whipping it up. 13, that's got to be like at least 3 more than he got last game. Bobby not having a good time. They'll talk about the other person, Snipes. No, that was actually the swarm above, as we see streaks starting to come through.
Man,
we're not going to see a nuke today, are we? We're not going to see a nuke.
Is it possible? Question mark? Well, I think the swarm is definitely dealing so much more damage anyway. I don't think you need a nuke. The swarm will do it for you. Those AIs, man, on the sky will just provide so much of damage. And every time I play Ground War Breach, man, that's what always gets me.
Yeah, Marshy, I guess. You're just doing things crazy. You hear the background noise. Bobby, he said he's sticking them. They're trying to play their lines. 75 left. And this is where things, again, continue to get out of hand. Aerith, continue to lighten it up. She's on 10s. She's farming. But up top, there's a crop that, I mean, let's be real. You're not pulling them off those spots. Even if you do kill them, they will come back tenfold. It's unlimited lives, and certainly they have played the most
You know what? You mentioned it really quickly. I feel like at this point, Aerith is just farming those kills, knowing very well that it might be difficult for them to go and capture that B2. And again, this is where the attack deployment actually comes into play. If you're going to be the defensive side, you don't want to give your lives away, because all you need to do is stand back. If you know is Aerith is right there just sniping you from a head glitch, you don't pass by there. She still gets those kills.
Oh, Godsley. Okay, we'll see. He's actually got a little bit of map control. This might be able to extend the game, but you've got to play your lives. The res is going to come through. All is safe. You get up this safe passageway, you are in the clear. Aerith probably still holding the back line. Up top, we got a pesky little intruder. Crispy little spray transfer, only good for an assist. And with 65 lives remaining, they still got to roll towards this objective while also getting those kills.
They're finally covering some ground, and this is where they needed it the most, because they only have 65 lives left on the attacking side. So this one big push, and finally Hawk's Nest has it a touch. The first time in this round that they finally have it on the attacking side. Don't know that he is there, not looking at the top of their HUD, seeing that the blue progress is right there. It seems like that hold from Hawk's Nest is just so important, allows the rest of his teammates to go and push.
Oh man, Hawks, I didn't recognize your game, brother. I did not anticipate you to put those crispy shots in. He's in the kitchen, he's on the outside, he's everywhere. Coming to a home near you right now. They got to play their lives to jump up from the top side, tour down.
Huge.
Are they going to be able to get the capture? They are. That's it. They're going to add some more lives to the count. We'll see if we're able to get it. Now it is a little bit more of a difficult one, because you got to transition into the open at the top of the hill here for the C objective.
Man, the C objective gets really chaotic, and I'm excited to see it here for game number 2. The attacking side, they were so aggressive in that A side, but the moment that they captured that B, it slowed down just a touch, and it looks like slowing down actually did them a little bit more of a favor, and now they have to go to a more chaotic hill in that C flag, and it seems like the defense is finally being pushed into a corner.
Okay, can they back off against the ropes? We're not throwing hands yet, but hey, we're going to see a Hail Mary be tossed out of this one. Tank's coming through. Hey, Hawk's Nest, he's doing it with the gunny. He's not getting anything out of this one as of yet, but the map control is immaculate. He's going to be able to pick up his 16th, and oh my God, you're not going to be able to spawn in on this one. Whoa, what, did he get out?
I was gonna say he got out, yeah.
That's risky.
Oh, no, that was such a huge deal for him. I mean, he's given up now, but you know, one thing that I actually saw, you could block off that entrance with a tank.
That is
Even
toxic.
if they like blew that up, that would actually still be there. But anyway, you do get to see that Jokesta being on the defensive side, covering some ground. They were able to stop the push on the attacking side, so that's definitely signs of life on the defense.
Okay, well, backline's been broken. See, top side, looking to get some control in. 2 objectives here, one right in the front. Jokesta got a little bit of tossed up shots. Oh, how is he peeling them off? He is literally giving him a haircut right off the head glitch. And go ahead and toss 2 more in his name. Script getting 2 more in return. 74 is the life count for our attacking side. With Jokesta, you shall not pass on this site. We'll see if that tank comes into factors rolling into the later portion of this one. But so far, it's been so good. This is the most progress we've seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, progress when it comes to the defensive side as well, because knowing very well when I play this game, it's so difficult as the attack to actually capture this C flag, and it's such an open area that someone else on the defensive side could actually just spawn trap you. And now we're taking a look at Aerith, and she's trying to gather that information if there's going to be any players on the defensive side being tucked away in the corner, but she does get spotted out, and it just seems like Little B just a little bit too quick on his trigger.
No, that was pure luck. Definitely. Trust. Little B, he ain't that good.
Pure luck, man.
Don't hype him up. Don't hype him up.
For sure. I won't give him gas.
He likes running on E anyways. We do too. Let's go ahead and post it up here as this defense is locking it down. It is Bobby and Noah's team as well with Jokesta and Win. They got the 2 bottom fraggers, I guess you would say. No, Jokesta did pretty well, but
Man.
Did he get just toasted from the inside of that building?
He did. I mean, because like he was basically playing on the heady, so that is definitely a really good spot to be in. And you can see that Lucasen's actually also frying. And even though that Noah's side, yes, the defense doesn't have hold of that tunnel, they're slowly but surely trying to find a way to stop all of the attacking side on this spot.
Okay, let's see if they can do it. You get the breach on into this building. It is certainly something that you're not going to be able to maintain. And the spawns are Narnia, to say the least. Tank coming back through. Hawk's Nest. Oh, okay, buddy. Just a little overshot right there as Ferg hopped right in front of his point of view. Not sure. There we go. Major assist. That's tough, bro. Let's see him put some damage in. Left, right, front,
Yeah,
center,
just
everywhere.
put it right there. Look at that.
That's
He's
so toxic.
That is going to be so toxic, but so effective. But it just is a matter of, is the defense going to go in through that tunnel knowing very well the tank is going to be right there? He's also dealing some damage. So if you're on the defensive side knowing very well that Hawks is going to be right there, best believe that you should not stay there. And now as they're going to be slowly getting in that C1 flag, all they have to do is take their sights into C2. Hawksness is looking so good in this game number 2, man.
Yo, MJ, game 6. This is only game 2. My guy is cooking. We'll see him get a little bit of a position right there as we swap POVs going back and forth. Inside of the fortress, the defense says absolutely not. You should not pass, but they got to take on the outskirts. Here comes the hit. Vade in for good 1. Oh my gosh, doesn't miss a shot. What was that? He's got 2 stimmies. He's going to go ahead and pop 1, and the kinetic's going to come through. He's going everything.
I mean, you give a Vanguard class to this guy, and he will definitely shred. 15K to his name, and definitely going to be really impressive. Speaking of 15, Aerith also has it, longer range, and that is definitely going to be a really balanced team, and that's why they're just covering so much ground. And even though the defense is just trying as hard as they can to stop the push, here we go. They're already inside. They're infiltrating C2.
C2, shut it down. Moments away, losing the objective. This is it. Now or never. You've got to lock it in. On the outskirts, Aerith continuing to farm. Props are looking pretty solid. Time's looking good. Bobenheimer coming through with a 4-piece. As he is just absolutely letting them have it. And surely on the inside of this objective, this is just no way of pushing in. They got top side control. They got bottom side control. They got as many headies as you can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the defense needs to just throw every cluster grenade possible. They need to get everyone in control, especially knowing that they could actually stop the push with just 1 cluster, and definitely going to be huge. Tactician's going to be a huge play here, as you do get to see Bobby plays, trying so hard to go and defend. He does have the teammates to back him up, but so far they're actually going down a tad bit. But looks like the defense is still strong, but Noah is going to be that last line of defense here.
It's him. Is he him, though? That's what to find out. Hey, Noah Sunday. Today's Thursday. He can do it on this day as well. Let's see what he got. Up top, you've got a teammate. The call-outs are there, and here goes the ammunition. 35 lives remaining. They've got a little bit of time. He's got 13 kills. He wants more. Let's see what he can do. As the line's being held for the time being, can they continue to do the work?
Oh man, this is gonna be so clutch, and him saving his life was a huge deal. It means like everyone else could actually spawn right beside him. Not just that, also provided ammunition for his team as well. They know where everyone else is falling off to, and now there needs to be a united effort here for the attacking side, but Noah's actually just stopping him.
Okay, we'll see. Still moments here. Still life, still hope. The attack looking pretty solid, but Noah is literally holding down the line. As C2 still up for grabs. A little bit of progress coming through. Here it comes, the hit. Blur going to be able to shut down one. Band getting involved. The trades are coming through. Chris out. It's Steph getting involved as well. Godsley, not a bot, certainly. Tech and Marshy racking it up. Noah from the top scaffolding. He's making it rain. Can he get the shots in the corner? Absolutely not, but he still has hope as everybody's there. Bobby is shouting over here, and he is leading the troops.
They are so knowledgeable where all the entrances are, and they're just shutting them down slowly but surely. My goodness, Noah's on a shred. 18 to his name, and he has the angles down. He's playing with the head glitches so perfectly. 19 already, 5 in a row, and he's trying to go in there for that 6. He does almost gets it, but gets downed.
That's it. He was the last line. The defense shut down. The progress being collected. The attack being led. Aerith looking to get some reses off. They've got the heals. They got the deals. They've got the objective. Time is going. Everything's going quickly. That res was instant.
But dude, as much as they got C2, C1 is already refreshed, and that gives more of an advantage to the defense. The attack was so distracted with trying to get C2 that C1 was left wide open, and that is presence of mind on the defensive side, and props to them because that was a big brain play for them.
No, it was, and look at the lives. This is almost impossible. 22, you're out in the open. There's no way. Headquarters literally behind the ruins, the broken walls. Will we see Hawk's Nest be able to get the cap in? Quarter progress done. It's it. This is now or never. Oh, that's tough.
My goodness, it's just a little bit too hard, as it's just, if you're always there, the solo player, you can't just rely on it every single time. He clutched it a while ago, but not able to do it this time around. 17 lives left for the attacking side, and right now they're actually scrambling. C2 captured, but they also need to deal with that C1 as they're slowly trying to inch in their way through.
Well, they clear the back lines. Maybe this is just strat. Maybe you clear out the building, and then you worry about the outside afterwards. Right now, afterwards is coming to reality, and you're down to 13. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking promising. Crispy shots out of Aerith, though. She has been solid all game long. Last time we checked in with her, she had 12. She's got 20, and she's continuing to fry. Needs ammo as well, but not anything in sight for her to work with. So they got to play the objective. More importantly, do you try and get the win here, or do you just try to go for more lives?
I believe they could actually win via objectives.
Okay.
And at the moment, we only have that one person trying to push through. That's Aerith with the Purifier, and that is a good gun to actually have. Just stay in those close angles, but unfortunately, it does go down, and that is 7 alive, so make that 6. And just like that, the defense yet again does a really good job at just trying to capture those points.
Look at Shady. He's got 2 pieces to feed. Oh, my. One wick. He's nasty. He can do it with the gun. He can do it with the tank. And shut down Bobby, who was just absolutely farming the lives. Get on the objective. You've heard him in the background. He's put on a show. 5 lives remaining. C1 is about done.
Wait a second. It's actually still doable for the attack with those 4 lives, but the defense is actually needs to step on it. It's still possible. 4 lives and C1 is going to be captured. They clutched it up. The attacking side does a Hail Mary good job, and there you go. They still win an extra 10 points in Hawk's Nest. A phenomenal run on the attacking side.
If you were to tell me that Hawks was going to cook like this before the game, I would have laughed in his face and yours, okay? There was just no shot after that game 1 performance. What a rebound. What a bounce back. Bouncing back to the desk, though. Chip, how chaotic was that for you to watch?
Oh my God.
I mean, the thing about it is, and we see this like in the traditional multiplayer when it comes to things like Control.
Exactly.
You get so close, you think you got the high ground, you can see the drama on the faces, but I mean, it's just, there were so many moments over the top of that C zone. First and foremost, look at the offense again. Was just going to run right through until someone, I don't know who it was, made a defensive call to say, if they're going to put everything in tack insert towards C2, let's just go take C1 back.
Both sides had brilliant plays, man. I mean, the defensive setup, just like, we're gonna be talking about a lot of these things, right? So C1 being captured, and then they're cleaning it up, so all of the attackers are actually trying to get that C2, but everything turns topsy-turvy, and now on the last few moments, 4 lives left on the attacking side. I need to see the replays. I need to know who was in that point.
No, I do too, and I think everybody, including everybody in this room, assumed that C1 was captured before they got the progress on C2. We had already forgot about it, and then you brought it up. But more or less, here it is. The highlights coming through the SKS. Oh my!
Oh gosh!
It is. Yeah, it's getting its freak on right there.
And another moment, and this is great. I'm glad we got a picture of this. The tank-on-tank warfare that comes out. I mean, we saw at one point as we were getting out of B, a quick sprint with the tank. You even called it. Try to block off that doorway, kind of create a choke point on the opposite side of C1. Let the offense just full funnel in. It looked like it was going to be super successful for them, but then the opposite started to come through. We saw a little B in the tank at the end, and he was getting a lot of opening kills to try to get back to C1. Once it had to be captured again, it just wasn't quite enough because the offense had already kind of reset themselves to approach just that one target.
It's a back and forth. They captured C1, lost C1, captured C2, and now they're trying to capture that C1. And we can see, even on the defensive side, let's just give so much effort, and we're gonna commend Noah for just trying to capture a lot of these kills as well. I mean, he got 20 plus kills again, and even though he's on the losing side 2 times in a row, I don't know, man.
There's something to be said about just the individual prowess that starts to come through. So with that, we get through game number 2, but what? We got this set looking super awesome, kind of represented the club, and there's good reason for it. If you have not played around with it yet, well, we've got ourselves a lot of different mini games, and the players, well, the captains in particular, get 5 throws.
Oh my!
For trying to get the highest dart score possible, and there is a reason why they're doing this that is going to come into play later on. First time we've seen a triple 20 get hit though for a second there.
I know you've been dying to say something for me, Chip. You're gonna tell the The different captains definitely going to be very much competitive, even in our mini games, because it will play a very much important. But yeah, that was a practice run, and now we're taking a look at the actual run of Noah Sunday. Has 5 tries, so every single dart counts, Verdict.
Okay, let's see what he can do. Maybe better than Bobby. A little bit of a
Definitely.
slowdown right here. Oh, no, he whiffed towards the end. Bobby didn't do too much better, though. 99 under 100, not very impressive.
But he did still at least hit the triple 20 and a dead bullseye.
Yes.
Compared to hitting the outer ring. So, I mean, that 50 to 25 difference could be major. And again, there are reasons why these guys are playing it. We're just teasing you a little bit. The players themselves don't even know what has to do implication-wise with their total scores here. So we'll swap over to Hawksnest. He'll be our third contestant. Bobby's still currently in the lead. Small margin, but still, it feels like that triple 20 and that single double, or the double bullseye rather, could be a big difference maker that people have to match up against.
You need to get that combo, and it looks like Hawks is actually very much knowledgeable. Ooh, plus that 25. He's taking his time. Oh no. That one definitely going to ruin that momentum, but he still has that 86. It's still higher than Noah's, though.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, I think if you are a fan of darts, triple 20 is what you want to be hitting for. But in this game, if you catch a rhythm and you're hitting single, double bullseye, it feels like almost the more easy approach in certain ways. It kind of takes, obviously, a little bit more of trying to get towards that triple 20. You put the risk of the one being in the mix, as Vegas hit maybe not triple 20s, but
there we
he
go.
still pulls a pretty hefty margin. I think he takes the lead now, 102.
There's no flow state with him. He just ran and gunned right there, and it just worked out for him. I don't think there was any strategy involved. It was just precise. He's a professional. He knows what he's doing.
Catch a rhythm. Just
there you go.
Click, click, click.
Mechanical skills.
It's a flick. I mean, it's easy, right?
Yeah.
Flick of the wrist.
So they say.
So they do say, that one man said.
That one man said that one time.
Yeah.
All right, Godsley up. 102 currently the score.
Oh!
Hits triple 17. Obviously not the sexiest throw, but it actually works out great. And then following up, this is actually this is a super hefty total right now.
But that last one, 141, my goodness. He's going to be on the top of the leaderboard right now, even beating Vay with the 102.
That triple 17 was really
That was lucky. That was lucky. He's like, oh yeah, I totally did that on purpose.
Totally. Let's see what he can do on purpose. Winsanity's up next. And so far is so good, as we just witnessed practically the best run we've seen. I don't think it's going to get much better than that. Godsley, look good, play good, feel good. Everything is just absolutely in line.
Ooh, just off the single bullseye. Not the greatest start here for Win, but the double puts him back in the contention. Stacking.
Wait a second. What? That puts him on the top of the leaderboard, 158, and Godsley is shaking with 141 in that second spot. But slowly but surely, we're seeing improvements here from all these team captains.
3 straight double bullseyes.
He made me eat my words. I literally just said we're not going to see anything better than Godsley, and he just, did that.
Yeah,
That was incredible.
We're cursing it.
That was nuts. And again, it's one of those things. It's just, you get in the rhythm and you just go at it.
Gotta be consistent.
See what Aerith can try to find a way to beat that. And I don't know. No one's really looked like they've really gone purely for triple 20s. It looks like everyone's still trying to aim for the middle and get the double bullseye.
Oh, no.
And this one not looking super good, just a little slow on it. A number of threes couldn't quite find its way into the center of the board.
I think the aim was there, but as you just said, the flick
Timing-wise.
just was not there, unfortunately. A pretty low one there, as we see jokes. Is he in the wrong game? Yeah, he's in.
Yeah, he was like, it's
Yeah,
spinning.
he's like, look, I'm just speed running this one right quick. Let me just get this one down a pack and I'll leave. Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
I will say, though, again, for those that had not been in the club before and they're still looking for a chance, the way what we're scoring is they just get the 5 practice starts, but the actual rank mode of it is you get a minute and the board spins like
Spins
that.
around.
So Joseph just getting a little bit of practice. Here are his actual 5s, and he finds himself a triple 3 for a whopping 9. Well, that was a dramatic slowdown for not that good of a score, unfortunately, for Jokester. So, man, the triple double bullseyes that come through give Winsanity, we believe, to be at the top of the leaderboard.
I feel like he needed that W out of everyone here because he wasn't the bottom of the leaderboard in game number 1, right? He was able to choose the spot. Hawksnest was able to get that game number 2 feed. My goodness, he had so many kills and important plays, and now Win finally gets his break in winning these darts.
Absolutely the case. And again, there are reasons why these guys are doing this. This leaderboard you're about to see will have implications down the road as we continue to kind of utilize the club throughout this 4th anniversary event with the Ground War Breach cash grab. Biggest thing about it, hey, you know, there's going to be a lot of smack talk, I think, around these mini games.
yeah.
And we kind of saw it when they were practicing a little bit yesterday. The boxing that we're going to have later on, small tease, shh, didn't say anything. That's going to come into play, and I think there's going to be a lot of barking back and forth.
Oh, barking is a minuscule thing. These guys are going to be at each other's throats. Haymaker's going to be thrown. Movement's going to be impressive. I got to say, you guys are in for just a really crazy show later on.
Indeed the case. So we got a lot of stuff still to come, obviously, with the in-game moments with Ground War Breach, but also more minigame fun to come through as we're just waiting for the final results here as everyone has a chance to kind of react to their own personal streams. Keep in mind that we'll see Ferg later down the road. He's still tucked into a back corner doing his own watch party of everything. So if you're looking for his take along with ours, you can find his live stream also going on right now. It's really cool. I always love when we do events like this because we have a chance to kind of not only talk to the players, but they also have a chance to kind of give their own live personal takes too.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to have like a difference between a super sweaty Call of Duty mobile action here in Ground War Breach, and we kind of slow things down a tad bit, have individual plays. These captains definitely are still pretty much competitive, but again, we keep like hyping up the boxing, man. Even Ferg's favorite game mode here into the club. I'm looking forward to it because when we were rehearsing yesterday, everyone was smack talking. That's just rehearsals.
I know it. And when the sting's on the line, we're going to start to see not just the mini games get hot, but I'll tell you first and foremost, Verdant, I was looking across the way with the final moments of game number 2. Noah and Bobby were both like dejected and like looking at each other like, did you get more kills or did we get more kills?
Oh yeah, they're thirsty. They're hungry. They got to know.
Wynn's perspective too, he was so defeated because they were so close to getting that win, and now it's just like we're just waiting here.
Well, let's take a look to see the full darts results in that leaderboard. Yep, Wynn at 158, Godsley's 141, good for second. Bobby, a good start at 128. Aerith on the bottom of the leaderboard though, so that kind of bottom half, not as close as they would have liked to have had. Again, difficult stuff though. You don't have the timing, you're just kind of coming out cold, and that's the way that goes. So again, keep in mind what that leaderboard looks like because it will come back to play later. But on top of that, we still have to look at the full leaderboard after we get back from this upcoming break. While we're away, make sure you keep your eyes on the pinned Google Doc at the top of the chat where you, the fans, have all of the weight in the vote for all those extra superlative bounties. I'm sure clips are starting to get compiled and they will start to put themselves on that doc. So keep your eye on it throughout the entirety of the event, not just now, and of course on Twitter/X. Make sure you use the hashtag GWBCashGrab. When we come back, we're going to have ourselves game number 3, seeing if Winsanity can keep the hot hand when we come back. Welcome back there, friends, family, all of you crazy COD Mobile fans. We are through 2 games of Ground War Breach here at the Cash Grab Invitational, and of course the big celebration for our 4th anniversary of COD Mobile. I still kind of feel like I'm like verbally pinching myself every time it comes out my mouth because it doesn't feel like it's been 4 years. Like I said, 2 since we've seen each other. You've been in the scene, Verdict, since essentially day 1. So hey, we're grinding, we're here, we're having a lot of fun, and so far the action has provided a lot of the same.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We already saw the animal tucked away. He's behind a cage for a reason. A lot of us very much so wish to be over there with him. Obviously, he's a wild one. Can't keep him contained. We'll see if we can get him out of there early on here later as we get into this one.
Talking about Ferg, of course, doing his watch party alongside with us. There's going to be a lot of back and forth with him. I'll tell you that. That guy does not lack personality, Beef Mommy. Along with all of our creators. I'm actually surprised it's as quiet in here as it is right now, not only because everyone's streaming, but I'm surprised there's no trash talk going on yet.
Oh, no, they are definitely trash talking, but inside of their mics, but they're so locked in right now. They're tunnel visioning, seeing the cash in front of them.
Oh, and okay, so during the highlight package, when there was all that drama around the C-Zone, I was about to say I saw LG after LG after LG player in the kill feed. That all comes from Team Vague squad, and he leapfrogs everybody to be up massively in first.
My goodness, Vague is just slowly creeping up, and yes, he was in that 3rd spot, but he just climbed up so quickly, 205 in the scoreline, and Noah just drops off significantly, and that is definitely going to be a huge deal, just because when it comes to the attacking side, that 10 points gave them so much of an advantage with that clutch.
Oh, that's back-to-back dubs for him, too. They're heating up. They're just getting started. This is where that team thrives. You put them on the attack. Unlimited lives to go ahead and, chip away at. I'll have that if they said.
Especially when you've got all 4 members being LG representatives. And
say less.
If you don't know, now you know, as they say. Man, that is pretty hot stuff, especially considering that our first look at Vague today was like, brother, why do you only have 2 kills? And so, wow, big pop-up here. And again, I know that you guys out there have been giving a lot of reactions, and we're seeing a number of reactions come through already. So Team Vague definitely winning. And yeah, absolutely right. Their team is stacked. You kind of mentioned that was your pick at the beginning, Verdict, and they really, again, dominated at the end of that second
I mean,
lobby.
You tell me you can make $600,000 playing mobile games? That is proof right there. It's in the pudding. We ain't eating right now. They are, and let me tell you, they have not missed a meal. They are cooking it up, and certainly, it doesn't matter if they're on the attack or the defense. It's LG, okay? The name speaks for itself.
Yeah, absolutely does, and those moments will be hot fire, able to push through, find that extra momentum, get you over the hurdle. On the other side of things, though, now we're starting to approach that 50% halfway done mark, and we've got a couple of teams that are at the bottom. They will have the benefit of being able to select and pick their teams, but, we hadn't seen maybe as much progress as we were maybe hoping for from our teams that started kind of near the bottom after game 1 in our most recent match.
Well, good for them. They still have 3 more games to chip away because we are seeing the people at the bottom could definitely try to surprise us in game number 3, and especially knowing very well that the bottom 2, again, reiterating it once more, they will choose it. As you can see, Win here will be choosing whoever is going to be on his team, but this time around, though, Jokes is going to be in that 7th. So it means Hawksness is actually doing a pretty good job at catching up.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And now we also have another piece of conversation to get through. And after we got through game 1, we were like, wow, that defensive switch really made things really convincing from the defense when we got to that halfway point in the map, right around the B zone. Now all of a sudden it's like, well, everything's back up for grabs again. It may not make much of a difference what side you start on.
Absolutely. I mean, when you got guns like the ones on the attacking side from last game, and then on top of that, I mean, there's nobody in the world that anticipated Hawksnest to come through and fry the way he did. We talk about Vague, that's a given, right? Yeah. If he doesn't perform, he's going to be shunned. He's going to be outside. We're going to be laughing about him on Twitter, in person. Later on this afternoon, he's going to be the joke. But his team is starting to step up, though.
And the interesting thing, too, and again, I can't say with full certainty, but it looked like, based on the kill feed, Vague and the LG squad really weren't utilizing the tank at all. They're getting it done with things like the upgrades, the weaponry that they bring in from the loadout perspective, things like kinetic armor sprees. It feels like they're just kind of playing the game.
They're farming, man.
Raw out. Yeah, exactly.
They definitely know the infinite lives that the defense brings means one thing, we're getting these kills down. And even though, yes, we commend Hawksnest finally getting those kills down, but but he was actually trying to capture more of that objective.
Sure.
But that also gives everyone else from Vague's team the rest of the kills. And yes, he's having the tank, he's blocking those entrances, but this is where you can see you need to be a little bit selfish at times and give yourself a little bit more of that chum as well.
You know, I was just thinking that. I'm glad you brought that up. Perspective is just absolutely great. Why not just go ahead and let Hawks do the, you know, the hard work? Just farm the kills. He's just doing what the team. Look at him. He's happy to be here.
And the thing is, when we talk about resilient, great multiplayer players, Hawks has drafted up a really solid team in his own right. I mean, everyone knows Jesus can save. He's a huge personality in the space. But Cartel's really popped off during Stage 4 during the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, like, there's a lot of favor, I think, just built on paper with what we've seen in the roster. Just hasn't quite come to life yet, Beef Mommy.
It really is a huge deal to have these pro players in your team just because they already have so much knowledge and they learn quickly.
Sure.
Right? You saw in Vague's team, he was a little bit slow in the beginning, but at the very end, they already have a system no matter on the attack and the defense. And that's kind of scary to see, knowing a team can do so well on any side.
So now we get to a point where, again, we have a very stacked leader at the moment, more than 40 points essentially, difference between first and second. Things can change there. But the teams that are finding themselves down 60, 80 points, now it's almost a time of like, do we need to keep a look on this highlight package and we need to try to do that more to get ourselves in the mix, because it almost feels like it's becoming a bit of a reach for the teams at the bottom so far.
I think if you're on the side of, if you're on teams with Vague, you just can't play the objective. You got to make them play the objective if they want to continue to farm kills. Right now, you got to get back in the driver's seat of your own destiny. And I mean, there's only so much more they could profit off the benefits of others. Everybody else playing the objective, he's just farming the kills. That team, certainly the best whenever you're talking about the gunnies. They are certainly the straightest shooters. LG, again, we'll just continue to harp. Not you, Vague. We're talking about your other teammates, all right?
Well, the thing is, and you had mentioned that like Tectonic is one of the straightest shooters in COD Mobile. Doesn't seem to make a difference how far away you are. He's not missing a bullet on you. And that
Scary.
is in the mix with having like Band part of it, one of the best SMGs in the game. They can take over quickly, and I think that's definitely one of the reasons why we're seeing them near the top of the leaderboard to this point, and with maybe not much changing if that continues. So I think, again, kind of playing in towards who do you pick on your team, there's a level of like, you want Vague's team because they're going to do great to get you a win, but at the same rate, they also may steal a ton of kills. So there may be a little bit of mental gymnastics to come through in those decisions, which are currently undergoing. So while we're waiting, we'll step away for a break. When we come back, we'll reveal the next match and what exactly the lobby will look like team-wise. Don't go far. Drop number 3 comes into Ground War Breach cash grab after this. 2 down, 3 to go, and our leaderboard looking a little bit lopsided as Vague and co. currently find themselves very, very healthily on top, but still a lot of Ground War Breach to be played. I'm Shift with Verdict and Beef Mommy, and whoa, I'll tell you, we have seen a lot of excitement already through 2. I imagine, I'm just trying to manifest this into the universe, that our third drop will surpass all of that, because it feels right that it should do so.
I mean, we're in the halfway point, man. We need to see something different from a lot of these teams that are trying to catch up, but my goodness, we're already seeing teams from the bottom slowly make their way through, and Hawksnest, I'm looking at your team. We already pegged you to be having the most deaths, but it seems like he's in the race for the most kills here.
Hey, look, get it where you can. He's played some objective to go along with it, and I gotta say, a lot of passion behind these comms as well. I'm not gonna be able to walk out of here by the end of it. I've literally been over the bar trying to reach and pour my own drinks. It has been absolutely sweaty, and it's just going to continue to get worse.
Well, you guys kind of mentioned a couple of things like most kills, best overall KD, by the way, and also, of course, that very coveted MVP. But you guys at home have a massive chance to influence $10,000. You're essentially giving away, you a chat are giving away $10,000 by voting for that superlative list on the right side. Things like trick shots, comedy gold, which I imagine we're going to see a number of things come through if we haven't already seen it yet. Lots of great vehicle takedowns so far. Good multi-kills out of sniper rifles, and of course, on top of that, best kill with the cursed loadout. All of that will be put into that Google document that is linked and pinned at the top of the chat. So if you happen to be on your phone watching, make sure you navigate, you find it, you open it up, you keep your eye, because those clips will be uploaded throughout the entirety of the day. And then at the end of the show, you guys will be the determining factor of who gets those extra $10,000 per bounty. Should be really fun. I imagine we're going to see a lot more multi-kills out of the LG boys, though.
Oh, no, absolutely. Don't forget, though, we also have to put together who's going to be leading that pack for the MVP from the caster's choice. That's another one right here. We got a lot of power in these hands.
I'm sweating here. I know, $10,000 in our hands, man. Oh, goodness. Taking a look at what we have on our screen. Definitely a shuffling around as Jokesta yet again stays on the defensive. It's the attacking side. It's his first time on the attack. Bobby plays. Godsley and Aerith going to be on the attack, and it's Aerith and Godsley's side going to be on the attack 3 times in a row. My goodness, that's going to be so difficult here.
I'm going to be honest with you. This one's going to be brutal. We're taking a look at it. Look at those 3 teams. They're popping off right now. On the left-hand side, they're probably not going to be able to make off the spawn now, as we've got Shift over there with Hawks. Let's see how he sounds.
Yeah, so Hawks, we were talking about you a lot when we were kind of in between. Yeah, just how good you look.
That's how it goes. Thanks. Appreciate it.
So not the greatest start for you guys, but that last lobby, you guys were like the playmakers to make that final capture happen.
Really? I wasn't aware of that. I thought we were getting carried, to be honest, but
all right. Well, I mean, it looked like you were popping off individually at least.
Yeah, the tank was nice. At the end, I think that did help us get a dub for sure.
All right, so we were kind of, flirting around with the idea. Now we just have to know, is the rush to get to the tank, is that kind of like a low-key strategy?
I think it is, especially when you can get it early into the point, because then it's really hard for the enemies. Like, I'm gonna be quiet. I don't want them to hear this.
Yeah, fair, yeah.
I think you can take the tank up and use it as a hold, but if they're already set up there, it blows up so easy that it's hard to get in.
Fair enough.
I also like it when it's if you don't have good spawns, you can send it to their point really quick because the speed, whereas you have to walk up if you don't have one. So
all the things that we were talking about. Thank you for confirming. So now you're almost at the halfway point. How do you climb up the leaderboard to kind of get towards top 4, top 3, top 2, possibly win this thing?
Our plan right now is, so we're also playing for bounties, so we're just playing as aggressive as possible because I think that's the play style that covers the most amount of those. And then also, obviously, there's points based on kills as well. So I think just be aggressive and hope we have good teammates. I don't know,
Totally fair. Well, it looks like you guys are having a lot of fun. I know you guys are about ready to go, so I'll let you go. I'll take the mic out from you, let you get down into the game. Good to talk to you. A little fist bump to get our things going, and we're just ready to go to map number 3. So we'll head over to the bar, let them take it away.
Okay, there we go. Heard it from Hawks. It's been confirmed. We know the strats. He's whispering. We all hear it, buddy. We saw it too. Taking a look at the captains and everybody who is in game number 3, Beef. We're taking a look at it. Look at Vague. He is looking proper. This team is about to cook. I have a lot of worries for the left-hand side of our screen.
Goodness, I mean, it is very difficult to actually see the attacking squad because we do have Aerith and Godsley being on the attack on the 3rd time in a row, and they are in the middle of the pack, so it seems like someone's putting the seeds down on where they're going to be staying, kind of gatekeeping the fact that they don't get the chance to be on the defensive side. And Noah Sunday, Vague on the other end. Oh man, you got the top dogs on the right side.
Maybe this was the right strat. Maybe this defending side is going to limit the players over at Vague, aka Team LG as we go ahead and load on into it now. The Poltergeist there in effect here for Hawk's Nest is game number 3. He's starting to heat up. Can he continue to cook? Only time will tell now. They're on the defending site. Let's see if they can hold the pressure here. They got all the cards in their hands. Unlimited lives to go through as well as we exfil right onto Memnos Island. It's a beautiful one right here. The Caribbean looking as the water is clear as day.
Oh man, this makes me want to go on a vacation, but right now they need to put in the work. As you can see, 3 out of 5. We're in the halfway point. And a while ago in game number 1, we saw slow progress. Didn't really work out on the attacking side. It seemed like a more aggressive push on that second game. Definitely gave the attackers a little bit of that foundation. And now Vig is going to be pushed up here, and he's in a really good sightline to stop any kind of push by the coastline.
No, this is one of my favorite spots. You hit that left lane, it's really difficult to get out of the spawn trap. You know, right now he's not been sniffed out. Let's see how much more aggressive he gets. You can see everything's coming out shots backside. He has cleared every angle. Who is out there on an island? Oh my God, Aerith already out there sniping in the middle of the water and talking about having a field day. Hold up, she's still in the spawn. There's certainly some traffic out there though.
My goodness, it is just going to be really good for Vague just because he's in really good hands of really good teammates, but also, like what you mentioned already, is that they were getting majority of the kills just because their teammates in game number 2 were focusing on the objective, so they were definitely farming those kills, man. And at the same time, Noah, you already know that he's going to be farming those kills as well, so there's a little bit of a lot of microtransactions happening within, and this is definitely the competitive nature that we'd like to see when it comes to these teams.
Yep, well, hey, right here. One way to peel an onion. I don't know if there's an onion right here on this one, but you've got to get some shots in. You got to clear it out. As Jokesta is going to be able to get on board with 2 off the rip, and I love the strategy. You don't want to hop the hill too quick. You want to get some map control, get that perimeter lined up. As teammates go down, he is continuing to just absolutely be a pest as whatever we get in as we go into 97 lives left into this objective now as we can. Listen in with the side of Jokesta just to see how they can get this job done.
I like the other side better, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, we got one.
Whoever's number 4, there's one more on the other side of the wall for me.
Okay. Okay, that Splinter's using the tank. I see that.
Yeah, but it's getting destroyed. I'm not driving it.
Yeah, we're just listening in.
I don't see anybody. I don't see the tank. Anybody with a tank?
Changing mag.
I don't know.
All right.
Water, watch the water. Watch the water.
Well, like on the right of us?
On the boat.
On the right.
I was gonna go for the tank, bro. Somebody can use my tank.
Enemy vehicle is nearly done. Back up.
Somebody got my tank, boys.
I need some help on the right side.
Yeah, we might have to push left side instead. Why keep it?
Dude, the hit markers, I'm gonna lose it. Go for the tank, bro. Somebody can use my tank.
Enemy vehicle is nearly done.
Oh shit.
Right side.
Yeah, we might have to push
Go
left
faster.
side instead. Why keep it?
Okay, you heard it there with Sanity. Those crispy shots. He's got a little bit of pressure coming through with the Odin. Looks good, feels good. Again, we'll talk about it. He's absolutely snapped up and flicking on him as he does pick up his second kill on the outside. Objective still being held for the time being, but look at those lives. They're absolutely hemorrhaged. This is possibly an option to be chalked.
I mean, they still have that A1 slowly being captured, so that's definitely going to be refreshed, but 57 lives, that's not going to be a lot to play with, and even though, yes, you capture that A1 side, you're only going to have replenished half of that, where you could have had 150 going into that B side, but the cleanup going to be huge for them, and definitely going to be so hard as the attacking side is actually doing a phenomenal job at stopping the push, cleaning up that A side objective, and also losing that objective. My goodness, that was a fast cap though, and as we're slowly bringing things through.
Okay, let's see what he can come through. Is Bobby trying to get the job done? They're down to about 47 lives. They didn't get the cap.
No, they didn't
had
get the
to
cap.
be forced down the top side of the hill, and guess what, homie? Grass ain't greener down there, buddy. They are all over the place. And swarms coming through of just players absolutely bodying Bobby going to go ahead and get the res here. Life is absolutely precious. He does have 6 kills on the attack, which is great. Unlimited lives on the defending site. Definitely a factor. They got to get on this objective, though.
Yeah, you do get to see that the side of Godsley, they do have that tack deployed. That's definitely going to be a huge aspect as to how fast they can go and capture that A side. You definitely want to put that tack deployment really close into that objective flag. 42 lives, they're able to actually manage it, and slowly but surely, they're getting a lot of these kills down. And even though he did get those 6 kills, he does get down, but everyone else in his team gonna be right there to try and capture that A1 side. But 39 lives gonna be providing such a difficult time.
Yo, Godsley, there's a time and place for everything. I felt bad looking through the sights of that AK. That one, certainly a viable option, but the scope itself, brutal. Crispy shots, Jokesta, they're trying to clear it out yet again. 3 down, we got a little bit of a kick fest on the ground. You can't finish your opponents, but certainly you can look at each other right directly in the eye, and it's certainly an intimate moment for both of them. But nonetheless, Vague, they're putting the pressure down. The defense holding the line down to 28, if I'm not mistaken. And the boys over at LG, I mean, come on. This isn't even fair. We talked about Ferg not playing because it was a cheat code, and then we got this?
You know, that's the interesting part here for Vague's part. He does not have any kills to his name, and it seems like even though, yes, they're winning, everyone else in their team's actually getting those kills down. So the KS is definitely real. 23 lives, and it's so difficult as the stopping point, the stopping power right now. The defense is just absolutely insane.
Yo, I can just hear it in the background. They're absolutely chowing into Vague. Get on the objective. Stop it. Whatever you're doing, just get over here. They're calling him out. When's Sanity going to go down? Everybody on the team is actually down as well. He is in certain trouble, but so far so good here for the defense. 17 lives remaining. Get a little bit of a spawn in on the objective. They go. This could be a last little push. Not necessarily looking too good for the attack, though.
The attacking side definitely proving to be a little bit difficult. 15 lives to play with, definitely going to be very difficult. They need to pull up a clutch and try to refresh all of those lives. A1 halfway through, they need to make a unified push, and even though that, yes, they capture A1, there's only going to be like, what, 63 lives in their name trying to push into Pete. It's not going to be doable. It's just so difficult, but finally the last line of defense is going to be right there and captured.
They got it done?
They got it done.
What? You've got, okay, well, I mean, hey, let's go ahead and just prolong the inevitable, though, because realistically, 62 lives is usually what you see when you get B1 captured. Right now, I thought we were about to record the quickest time for the day. That could have been the case, but objective play to a T, and it is the squad of the attack trying to get over to the transition. There goes the tanks. We've got the heavy armor out. We'll see if we can get some map control on the flip side of things. When Sanity tried to wiggle his way on through the street side. Let's see if we can get a good old blockade of shots coming through. As it looks like he's having a little bit of uncertainty with his HUD, at least.
We were watching him yesterday in the rehearsal. He was trying to fix his HUD. He was the first one in, though.
Yeah,
you already know he's taking this really seriously. And now, on the other side of things, we do find Jokesta on the 7th place, trying to get as much points as he can. He has a total of 6, and already clearing as much ground, taking out the enemy unit as well. So the attack deployment not going to give any kind of advantages for that defensive squad. So an essential takedown in order to capture that B side.
Oh, Jokesta. He's the man. Nothing to joke about there. The Joker coming through. Smiles on his face, cuts on the faces of his opponents. He can't be stopped. He's looking for the teabag there, I guarantee you. That wasn't Vague. Never mind. Just kidding, just kidding. We're going to continue on. They've got the pressure here. Chris putting some shots in as well. Godsley trying to get onto the objective himself. They're trying to pull a Hail Mary out. This one, I mean, this fourth and very, very long. 50 lives remaining, and you're only on to that B1 objective. You still haven't captured it.
Man, they're pushing it, but it's okay. It's still very much doable. They need to play it a little bit more tight here. B1 seems to be like a flag that they kind of want to capture first because they know that B2 is a lot easier. And granted, yes, you need to find a way to get that tank into that B2 area just to provide that space and also cover in order to get that B2 side. But everyone's actually going to be down right now. It's a good thing that Aerith is going to provide a little bit of that help. So yeah, big and essential rescues right now from the squad.
Okay, when Sanity Going to get some shots on in. Godsley going to get knocked. Aerith is going to be able to live to tell the tale. We've got to finish. We got a tank. We got Win looking to shut it down. Look at him. He's on the top, and my God, does he have a line of sight? It's beautiful. This defense so far, it hasn't been flawless, but it's been about as great as it can get. 40 lives now remaining here for the attack to get the job done. They've got a quarter of progress, and it looks like they're going to be able to keep it for the time being. A little bit of contesting coming through, and from a shot at this range with this particular artillery. Oh! But Ducky shuts them down finally. The rain of shots coming in off that tank put to a stop.
Great vehicle takedown right there. It's definitely going to be important. Ducky, that was an amazing shot to kind of slow down the momentum of that defensive side. But still, a lot of progress still needs to be made in that B1 side. And even though we saw some progress there, they're not able to finish it off. And plus, they still need to get that B2. Slowly but surely, though, B1 is going to be capturing 31 lives. And the defense is still a little bit too strong, and they're currently cleaning it up.
They are cleaning up their plate, not playing with their food. They're trying to get the job done. We blame Vague for a lot of things. Earlier was almost giving away the A site. Eventually did capture right there as the res comes through. He's going to be a good teammate for the time being. They've got to make sure everything counts, as the kills for them have been absolutely through the roof. Let's see if they can shut down this progress. Looks like we got a quarter of it left here on the B1 site, and slowly but surely the defense starting to come to their senses.
And now Jokesta trying to cover as much ground as he can, but unfortunately for him, does get that takedown. Godsley trying to catch up as well, but here we go. The 1v1s are just not being won, unfortunately for them, and now it seems like the attacking round is kind of just in shambles at the moment. And now the defense looking as strong as ever, 21 lives, and now it's very essential for a capture.
Yo, Bobby, that was your teammate, buddy. I made the same mistake. We're in the heat of the moment. We're going to let that one slide. Kills coming through, 3 in the feed. Blur trying to get the redemption. They're hanging on by a thread. Just let it go, they say. No, they are doing it for dear life. They need the points. They need the opportunity to get these unlimited defending lives to come at their peril. Can they get the job done? Aerith on top of the roof now, looking for a point of view to shut down this back line of the defense. And with this angle, they could certainly provide a primitive ground cover, but the shot's just not connecting at that range.
That's good. That push, that really aggressive push, especially with the sight lines of the sniper, definitely aiding that B1 capture. And now they have to capture that B2, which already has a lot of that progress. They need to have that tank in that area. Usually you don't get to see it in B1 just because of how hard it is with the close range engagements. But now with B2, trying to get in that lock, it does get cleaned up though by the defense, so that's definitely a good peace of mind. But 18 lives to play with, it's just so difficult right now.
No, and this hill is absolutely just terrible to go up through. This is atrocious. Being stuck on this line of sight is certainly not the best way to go. Right now, they've got to count their lives, and Rez is going to come through. Hawks just got absolutely destroyed. It was an instant thirst, not even a knock. Unfortunate for him. We've got 16 left. Here comes the last push. Bobby trying to hit the right line of sight there on the lane. And the clearance there could provide a little bit of coverage. If you get that wraparound, you remember Hawksnest did it last game. That's how it preserved the attacking strategy and allowed them to get the drop.
Yeah, they didn't even know he was going to be there, and they're going to be in that same spot. They definitely know, but one cluster grenade can go in there for the takedown, but they're finally captured in that B2. Definitely important, and everyone else in the defense needs to play that catch-up. No contest whatsoever, but then it's still going to be even a 5v4 inside of that hill.
Oh my God, this is it. Now or never. Shots are coming through. 4-2. This is it. The last hold here. The defense. You stand strong, you win. If you're the attack, you are going to bank it on the shots. It's done. It's captured. B done. Up the hill we go. Back to C. And, I mean, I'm astonished. Like, how are we still in this? This was going from the quickest game of Ground War Breach we've had today to this point now where we got an opportunity for a little bit of a comeback.
They're always clutching it up, man. They're always at the very edge of their seat, almost going into single digits, but always clutching it up and getting those objectives right in the nick of time. And now they're trying to traverse into that C flag. We already knew how much of damage the tank can do here, but we do get to see the defense getting a hold of that tank first. We'll definitely go mano-a-mano right here, just in case another tank from the attacking side is there. And Winsanity already very well know that there's going to be a tanker right there, and everyone else in this team.
Oh,
right
point blank. Whoa, what a shot.
Oh my God, tank.
I was thinking maybe it's going to hit the side of the hill. Absolutely not. He's got a clearance. He's got two. Chris dropped.
Oh, come on, man.
Come on, man. You hear it in the background. It's comedy. This is beer like, wait, get out of the tank, buddy. No, do your thing. Don't listen to the background. You're doing gold, God's work. 21 lives onto the attacking side. And the defense right now, can they get the job done? It's certainly not going to get to the point where they capture A or C, right?
I mean, we don't know. It comes very close. We've seen it in game number 2. We've seen it here in game number 3, where we thought it was going to be the quickest game in that A flag. You can definitely clutch this up if you are on the attacking side. Same could be said on the defense. Don't forget that you could also try to get those kills as well, stop the push, and utilize those tanks. And right now, Win is doing a phenomenal job at doing so. Big, on the other hand, a little bit slow when it comes to those kills, and it seems like being the same team as Hawksess and Noah, they're getting majority of the kills down.
No, you're absolutely right. Put all the headhunters on one side. They got to fend for themselves. Certainly going to be a closer one towards the end. Right now, they got to get the job done. C2 progress coming through. We got a quarter of a tick. Looking like they might be able to keep the dream alive, but 13 players still standing. Bobby, I heard him earlier. He is not having a good time. Get that tank out of the lobby. He is not having it. They clear off the C2, and inside the objective they are. It is down to 13. The attackers putting up some miracle numbers. Can they do it? There it goes. It's locked in. C2's done. C1, 12 lives remaining. This is it.
Man, this is the moment where you need to go and capture that C1 flag, which we've already known can be so tight already. We've seen it a while ago in game number 2, where 4 lives in the attack was able to capture and sneak away with that win. And now the defense, you should not let that happen. Keep your eyes and split up your team. You have unlimited lives to play with. Just stop the objective. And now Godsley is going to be that person to try and attack. But unfortunately, he goes down. But Bobby Blaze says, I'm your dad to Godsley, and able to go and attack some more.
I don't know if there's a more iconic moment here. We've got ourselves a comeback story brewing. 9 lives remaining. Bobby, he is your dad, but he's down. Can the squad redeem him? It is only moments before we see this one come to an end and C1 progress shut down, reversed. Bobby still getting rezzed. Washi gonna get knocked. Noah trying to clear off the back lines. And certainly there are plenty of players back behind the ruins.
Oh my goodness, 3 lives already. But then still progress on that C1 flag. It's still possible for one more, but then it's just 2 lives. It is going to be Jokesta, the last live remaining here. And he's playing it so well, playing his corners. Tries to go in there for that stimmy, but goes down. Only 1 last player. Who is it going to be? It is just going to be that one player. But unfortunately, finally a dub for the defensive squad. The first win for Win.
My God, I don't know if we've had a more dramatic game. From the start, it looked like they were just getting crammed right down to spawn. And somehow, some way, they stole our heart. And they almost stole that game. Shift, talk to me. This one, an emotional roller coaster. I was up and down. I was side to side. I was literally in Bobby's lap at one point.
Yeah, I was sitting here taking notes. And it's just like, okay, well, looks like if you do get spawn trapped, the game's just over. Apparently not. That is some unreal heroics. And yeah, I mean, we've got Bobby right across the way from us the entire time. He was like motivational speaker 101. We got this. We can still do it. Just keep the focus up. And my goodness, the quick capture through B1, B2 gave them just enough cushion to extend a little bit further. But you mentioned it a couple of times in our game 2. Happened again in game 3. That open C flag, very difficult to work around. And that ended up kind of nipping him in the bud there just a touch. But man, I'll tell you, it looked like it was going to be one of those games like that. Extra 10 points for winning may have been the biggest tally because the A zone was just so hard to get to, Verdict.
No, and absolutely. We didn't see a lot of kills either. I mean, on the defending side, they were limited. They played them to the fullest towards the end, even trying to just milk whatever they could get out of it. Tech, straight as shooter, he's got the AK-117. We saw a multi-feed in there. Jokesta has some of the cleanest spray transfers I've seen, and this might have possibly busted open the gates towards that B1 zone.
He's a clean player. I mean, every time I watch his streams, those S&Ds, he definitely knows how to frag, and he knows very well how to position himself in the best way possible. You know, one thing that was very surprising, after they captured the B zone, they captured C2 so quickly. They left C1 knowing very well that it was going to be the harder hill to actually capture. But for the side of, you know, they tried so hard, but obviously 1 life left, and he tried so hard to be that only person left there.
That could have been an epic moment. It still is. I mean, the fact that they're right there in that moment, ridiculous. Hail Mary of a story right there. Almost pulled it back, though, Ship.
Last 4 lives, you get down to 2. Both players are on the zone and starting to cap real quick. You think, maybe. not so fast. So with all that in mind, we are getting ready to finish things up here as we're through 3. Still 2 to play, but the leaderboard looks like it very well may shuffle. We'll see how it all filters out when we come back after the break.
I honestly...
Welcome back, everybody. We are through 3 lobbies of action, and our leaderboard is going to get real spicy. But before we take a look at it, I'm back with Ferg, and we have another extra special guest as Zach Hines is joining us here at the bar.
Hello.
He is Activision's Associate Director of Mobile Product. First and foremost, how are you?
I'm loving this. Game 2 and Game 3 have been amazing. So close, so clutch. You think the attackers are going to go down, then they come right back. They're putting on a good show.
How's the watch party going for you?
It's fantastic. We've just been roasting Veg for the entirety of last game for going 5 and 20. I don't think he'll ever live this down.
Well, not if you're behind the helm of that.
Absolutely.
But Zach, I want to spend some more time talking about you.
Yeah.
Talk us more through your role here at Activision, Director of Mobile Product. It seems like it kind of covers a lot.
Yeah, I mean, my focus on CODM is the gameplay. So I work with our partners on what modes we're bringing, what new features we're bringing. Effectively, that means I play a lot of CODM, and I just want to make it fun.
Great. I mean, personally, for me, my favorite part of the season, this brand new anniversary 4-year season, is the boxing. But I want to hear what your favorite part of the entire update is. Now, I'm going to give a guess that you're going to say Ground War Breach, but...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's what we're here to talk about today, but honestly, my favorite thing has been the club. The club was a big part of year 1 anniversary. We haven't brought it back since. We've seen a lot of love for it over the years. And man, much like you, I love the boxing ring. I love seeing players get in there, duke it out. They re-queue to get back in there with each other. They can't go out on a loss.
Yeah.
It's been super fun. It's a great addition.
I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, and you removed the club from us for so long, and all we were ever asking for was like, yeah, bro, bring back the club. Like, can it be a limited time mode? Can you do it like Alcatraz? Can it be in tournament mode? Can there be something done? And then you finally re-release it, and we're all just talking about it.
We did it just for you, Ferg. We did it just for you, man.
Wow, you carry that much power?
Yeah.
Sheesh. Well, let's talk more about Ground War Breach because you kind of said you oversee just about a little bit of everything. And this is a really creative brainchild between the multiplayer and BR fashion. What was the inspiration for the mode?
Yeah, I think Call of Duty has always had that kind of core 5v5 experience. We do that just as well in Call of Duty Mobile. But I think what we've been wanting to bring to our players is that large-scale MP experience. Bigger lobbies, bigger maps, more chaos. So you've got the vehicles here, you've got the classes, you've got ways to kind of circle around, capture points on the map. We want players to feel like they're in a large-scale conflict. And based on the way the games are going today, that's exactly what we're getting.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the gameplay, but you basically already covered it there. And since you have so much power behind what goes on in COD Mobile, is there any tips and tricks you could give us for being better at Ground War Breach? Because personally, I know I've been #1 on the leaderboard and everything, but I am trash at Ground War Breach. By far, my worst mode ever.
That's all right. I'll help you out. I think there's a couple of things that are keys to success for this mode. It's a big open map, so make sure you've got a weapon that you feel really locked in on for like medium to long range.
Do you have an example?
Oof. I mean, on maps like this, I've been seeing a lot of the Odin and the EM2 today. Those are really good assault rifles for this map, so I think that's already covered.
It's weird, though, isn't it? Because the Odin and the EM2 would both be classified as long-range guns in multiplayer, but in this, they are the closest range guns that anyone is deciding to use.
They hit really hard, so I think that people are trading rate of fire for damage to put people down quick. So I think there's that. The other thing I think is important, and I saw people abusing it last match, is people need to be using the cluster grenades. You know, the attackers, they're clustering on the capture flag. 1 or 2 grenades tossed in there, they're done. They're toast.
And even if they don't die, they still have to leave the area.
Yeah.
It's just a complete clear out of the zone.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Team focus has been huge, and we've seen that, I think, over the course of the last couple of lobbies coming down to the absolute wire. So again, this is a huge celebration, the 4th anniversary. Obviously, the nostalgia that gets brought in with a little bit of freshness.
Yep.
What else you have cooking for us? Got to get something out of you.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm a terrible secret keeper, so I'm going to do my best to do that here. I will say this, you know, we're here for the 4th anniversary. That's great. But 5 years has a much better ring to it.
True.
So I think look for COD-M to be doing bigger and better next year. I mean, 4 years in, we're just getting started.
It's a big milestone moment. When with that, of course, it's not just the fact that the 4th anniversary has been popping off. A lot of excitement about Season 10. Perfect little segue. If you missed the trailer, here's a look at it. Huge thank you for everyone who's participated in the first 4 years of Call of Duty Mobile. It's been a lot of fun. This has been a huge treat for all of us up here. And again, make sure you're letting us know what you guys think about the event, what you're thinking about things like the club by posting on X with the hashtag GWBCashGrab. You have a chance of making it on broadcast, so make sure you get yourself out and active. Now, we've got Ferg still with us. This is going to be a nice little fun moment. We were playing darts earlier, and we were teasing there is a reason for it. We're going back to the club, and we're going to do a little 1v1 boxing bracket.
Yes, we are. And I'm going to give you guys who I think is going to win each of round 1, and then we'll pass it to the rest of the people on the desk for who they're going to win the rest. But straight off the bat, Winsanity stands no chance IRL against Aerith in a boxing match, so Aerith wins this. to be honest, I think Hawks is going to crush Veg, especially after that 5-20 performance. I'm never going to let him down, live it ever down. He's a world final champion, ladies and gentlemen. Bobby and Jokesta, it's like a 50-50 for me, but when we were testing this yesterday, Jokesta was wiping the floor with Bobby. Also, I'd wiping the floor with him in real life. But I think Jokesta's got this covered. And then for Godsley and Noah, again, it's like a pretty 50-50 matchup, but Noah has been #1 in this game before, so I think he'll come out on top here. But what do you think, Beef Mommy?
Oh man, honestly, for me, you hit the night right on the nail. Jokesta was basically dancing circles around Bobby Plays, quite literally, but there's still a lot more things happening here, especially in our 4th anniversary. Man, Verdict, what do you think about it?
I think everything is consistent. Ferg said it best. You look at Noah, he's definitely going to take down. Vague's already getting knocked out by randoms. No, that was Jokesta. That was a warm-up round. So, I mean, anything can happen in this one. Jokesta is a beast in the ring, though.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. So, again, you saw the bracket, single elimination, but they get 3 rounds to duke it out here. So, there will be a prize at the end of this. I don't know if the players know exactly what it is yet. We'll kind of keep you guys on the edge of your seat for it. But, yeah, it'd be really fun to see because there was a moment in there I kind of heard Jokesta was right next to us. He was kind of talking about his boxing strategy. And at one point, I think he said, I just want to hit the other person more than they hit me, which is, I think, the, overall game plan, I think, for everybody as we're getting ready to load on into the first match.
Oh, here we go. Finally, Winsanity going to go head-to-head. But we already saw how well these players actually go for the darts, but it's time to go inside of the ring. There is actual strategy here, and it looks like he is strafing back, left, and right, and definitely going to be a huge deal for you.
I think the biggest problem about this is probably when you get hit, you can't strafe any longer, and they can just punch a bunch together.
Yeah, so that is just warm up. We will go through the bracket kind of top to bottom, give you guys the updates as we go, and of course maybe have a little bit of trash talk, hopefully on camera in some way, because when we were watching them warm up, they were talking a lot of smack yesterday. So we'll see. Winsanity and Aerith are, I believe, they're sitting right next to one another. Oh yeah, they're already looking at one another. So
oh yeah, give me the stank eye.
Should be real fun to see who comes out on top of that. I mean, we kind of talked about the fact that Jokesta was cleaning everybody up yesterday. Is he everyone's favorite? Do you have what are we looking for favorites for the tournament?
Yeah, I feel like he's my favorite right now when it comes to the boxing. We saw in the rehearsal, it was definitely great, but that's going to be for later on. Winsanity versus Aerith. We saw the strafing a while ago for Win, but Aerith's actually still doing that 1-2 punch. Berg, this is your favorite game mode right now in the club. What do you think so far?
I love it. It just brings the IRL boxing world into Call of Duty Mobile, and if you want to settle a beef, instead of settling it on Rust or on Nuketown, you can settle it in the ring. And me and Bobby go back and forth on the daily on Twitter. You may have seen it. And it looks like that's wraps for Win. And as I said, Aerith is looking like she's going to take the lead, but it is a best of 3, so I'm going to hand you over to Verdict.
No, literally just knocked him out of the stadium. Right there, it's a best of 3 as we mentioned it, and Aerith had a slow start. I thought we were up for a upset, and unfortunately for Winsanity, he couldn't get the job done. So we're going back and forth right now in the ring. Vig, get out, buddy. This is not your time. It's not about you, man. Unless it is. I'm not quite sure. When it's vague.
Well, when it comes to, speaking of Vague, we did say that Vague might lose this one, but let's see, anything could happen. I feel like that was such a close matchup with Winsanity and Aerith, and that was absolutely insane.
Well, I love the fact that not only are we watching the individual POVs, but all the other players are surrounding the ring.
Yeah.
Watching them play a game.
Vague's even trying to get into the match at this point. He's supposed to be a part of the action.
Blood thinks he's on the team.
Get him out of here. He's never on the team.
Oh, man. I heard he got dropped by LGs. That's propaganda.
He's so she's in.
Oh my. Okay. This thing's going exactly the way we predicted. We're not even gonna need it round 3.
Yeah.
Aerith
just through.
God. Well, okay. It looks like we need to keep Ferg in the bar a little longer. He perfectly predicted that one, saying that may not happen in real life. So great stuff. And next, we're going to see kind of Hawksnest coming through. He was also looking really good yesterday during the practice rounds, and he was hitting combos. Like it was like 1-2 uppercut, stun up. Full on, it was like a game of Tekken or something. He was comboing.
Oh my goodness, he was parrying. I'm pretty sure there's like some sort of parry system right here as well. But looking like the boxing is already. He's punching the air. He's trying to get ready.
Yo, we know he doesn't have the movement. Come on now, Hawks is gonna get in there, hit him with a left, right. He's gonna do a whop and put him out of his misery.
Predictions quickly. Who do you think? Who do you guys think takes
got this tenfold.
I think Hawks has got this.
I'm sorry.
Vague's performance.
Oh, rip.
I'm going for Vague, man. He's ready.
They both look like they can't box pros. What are we watching here?
No shots or
oh my god.
today.
I mean, you're literally a foot away from your opponent.
Oh,
Power punches. They're trying to land it, but you punch me. Hey, the prediction came true. Vague puts it right there. 1 out of the 3. Let's see. Honestly, I think it's going to reach 3.
Well, a little bit of movement there from Vague compared to the last time. A little dash back straight into the hard right. So he's playing it a little bit differently than we saw in the opening match.
Oh my God, did you just see him crash back like that?
I'm telling you.
That was a movement.
He's slipping.
He did it again.
I got a dodge.
You see that? He's crashing back.
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. I actually have no idea how he does that.
Calculated it.
He's literally right in the ring.
Finish him. Get it done, Hawks. Got him in the corner. Get him against the ropes. Come on, put him down.
Right here, last shot.
Let's go. Let's go. Yes. That's what we wanted to see.
Brings it down to a round number 3, and this is what we predicted into this segment. But here goes going to be it. They're literally punching the air more times than they're hitting each other.
Come on, Hawks, you got this in the bag, baby. I believe. Take him down.
Well, Hawks are putting him into the rope.
Oh my God.
Not letting him move.
Come on, Hawks. You got this in the bag, broski. Don't let him do it to you like you do it in frags.
The shade being thrown around every single time, but then the punches are also being thrown. And it looks like Vegas has championship time.
He stole it. Get him out of here. Let's go. Get him diddly. Oh my God. Too soon? Too soon? Okay, I'll take it.
Let's go, Hawks.
Wow. There's a new energy in the building right now, by the way. Like,
I love this boxing.
I don't know if you're just watching our stream, you may not catch it as much, but like all the other people who are watching are also popping off. Like there is a total reset. And that is another advancement. So that puts what Aerith will be up against Hawks in the second round. We still have to get through the first, though. And we're going to get Jokes up next. This is, again, I think everyone's got a favorite, it feels like, after what we saw yesterday.
Jokes is going to take this off Bobby. I don't feel like Bobby's going to do this at all. Jokes has also been practicing night and day to get good at the movement in this game, which is insane.
I remember Bobby was actually complaining about his HUD not being the same yesterday in the rehearsal, but it seems like it doesn't matter as both of them are actually throwing punches and they are landing.
Hey, it's going back and forth. This is much longer than it lasted yesterday. Let me tell you, chat. This one was brutal early on. Bobby learning a little bit of the moves, though, as he's going for the left and right movement. And look at this guy, man. The hat on top is pretty impressive, but he is getting worked. Is the Bobenheimer here? The Bob is set to take off right here. One shot he is. Can he come back?
I don't think so. Jokes is at this. Bobby's developed a new strat. Nice. With the crouch mechanic. I've never seen anyone go for a crouch, but I guess it's the new meta with the drop shots.
We're seeing a little bit of everything. The first matchup, very much so just squaring up. The second is a lot of movement, dashing, and now all of a sudden Bobby's hitting us with a little duck and dive. And it almost felt like Jokes was just like, wait a second, he could do that? Like, there's a moment of surprise.
He's been hiding it under wraps, and he pulled it out today.
This matchup honestly feels like a heavyweight match. You already know that every shot matters. They're a little bit slow when it comes to the movement, but unlike the other one, where we saw Vague and Hawksnest just punch in the air every single time, this seems to be a more calculated duo. And now it seems like Jokes is not gonna let Daddy Bobby hit his shots.
And that heavyweight comment, was that a fat joke?
I know.
Oh, man. No. They got six packs. They got 6 packs for sure.
All right, let's see if Bobby can go back-to-back here using his crouch strategy, which I've actually not seen anyone else perfect so far.
Oh, Bobby just getting stuck in the corner. So it kind of feels like as soon as everyone starts to read that they're playing around movement, get them on the ropes.
What? Do you see the movement from Jokes right now? It's not paying off. This is what we saw yesterday, and Bobby is actually combating it perfectly. Yeah. And he's actually got the advantage, too.
I think the problem here is that Jokes is aiming too high, and Bobby just slaps him up from underneath.
My goodness. That honestly, Jokes at that point, they seemed like Mayweather, just not punching, just trying to dodge, but Bobby definitely takes the kick. Hey, take a look at that.
All right. He's still in Astonished, too, as well. Good night.
All right, that leaves just 2 left at our opening round. That's Noah and Godsley that have to play up against one another here. And, man, I'm telling you, there was a really cool flash in there at Bobby at the end. Not only was the movement, but at the end, he's just like, yo, come to me, man. Yeah. Like, he's sitting, waiting, kind of baiting him in.
What's that old Muhammad Ali? It's like, hey, I'm on the ropes. Come get me. You know what I'm saying? He's ducking, diving, missing. He didn't miss very much here.
What is that skin? He's rocking the full gorilla astronaut.
Straight in.
Oh, wow. Godsley's getting absolutely folded right now, straight off the bat by Noah.
Imagine getting worked in a gorilla suit. I mean, an astronaut. You get the picture right now.
I feel like the hitboxes are just a little bit too big on Godsley's end.
That is a fair point.
Change your skin, my dude. It's just not working out in your favor. And Noah is going to have a field day getting in that roundhouse uppercut up into the sky. Takes this very convincingly. 1 out of 3, but it seems to be like it might be a 2-0.
1-0. Does that mean that bears can take down gorillas? I mean, because it looked easy for Noah. Are we getting into an argument?
Oh, some taunting right there.
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
Round 2, Gorilla versus Noah. Do you think the hitbox is going to continue to cause Godsley a disadvantage? It's looking like it is, and every time Noah hits him, Godsley can't move. Like he's stuck right there.
I'm not going to lie, Godsley's FOV on this is way different than anyone else's we've seen. He is so zoomed out.
It almost looks like it's harder for him to even land the punches.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, you got to be zoomed out with that big body. Come on, what's going on here?
Oh.
Noah? Hanging on? Oh, it's just too far. Look at this. He's gone. Get him out of here. 1-1.
That must feel good. There you go. We get to see that finally Godsley gets the takeout, and we are bringing it to a round number 3. It's going to be close. I feel like we're going to see the same case happen from Jokestas and Bobby's, where just standing. Come to me.
Well, I mean, Noah initially was just like, I'm getting in there. I'm just going to start trading punches, but this is everything right here against single Elan. Noah right on the rope, working him. And left to right, front to back. Godsley's in trouble.
This is it. There's not much left he can do. He has no HP and he's gone. Another KO to the Gorilla Man.
Wow.
Bye-bye.
Flurry of fists. That seems to be the strategy.
It was so close, but we got to that 3rd round. It's just like, what?
Dude, the thing about it is, all the people who advance out of this 1st round are playing this wildly different than one another.
Yeah,
like, these are some wild matchups. So you got Aerith and Hawks playing in round 2, and then Bobby goes up against Noah on the bottom side of the semis bracket. I mean, now all of a sudden, do we change up our predictions? Jokesta's out early?
I'm going for Bobby because the strat of crouching that I've seen him use was making Jokesta miss all of his punches. And I've never seen anyone do that in the club before, so that's my pick.
We were 75% correct there on those picks, though.
That's true.
I mean, come on now. I mean, 3/4, right? I mean, that's a passing grade in school still, right?
No.
Don't listen to me. I was terrible in school.
I'm getting war flashbacks with a passing grade. That's my life in school. Barely made it, but here we go. It is going to be tight here, as what everyone has mentioned in the desk is that everyone has different play styles. The crouching thing, we've never seen anyone before.
Yeah.
Noah's going to be right up in your face, and we do get to see Hawks that likes to strafe in and out. So again, it's going to be very difficult to predict who's going to be winning this time around.
It's going to be, it's almost like, it feels kind of like a game of rock, paper, scissors in a way of like, one play style beats another, which that play style beats the third. You know, it's just going to be really interesting, I think, to see if they could change things up after watching everyone kind of play through that 1st round. So
I think the problem is that since this is obviously not the main game mode that they play of COD M,
true,
it catches them off guard when you can't move, when you get hit by the big punches. You literally get locked in place, and then you can do some combos, strike some more good connections, and half your health is gone before you even know it.
That's a skill issue. That's a skill issue.
It is a skill issue.
Here we go. Hawks is looking for the big rights to open. And he does connect a couple of them, so health advantage, and now he gets to working on the body.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Aerith got a buy in the 1st, though. I mean, he fought back, but right now she's trying to reel it back in. Hawks is, are you choking right now?
Man, I mean, it's just, we already talked about it, and Hawksness is so good when it comes to the strafing, just trying to build around, but then Aerith's actually going to be there trying to build it up. It seems like the punches are landing for Aerith this time around, and Hawks tried to be a slippery guy, but unfortunately, Aerith captured him right on her fist.
Hawks, I'm going to have to terminate your tribe contract after that. That was ridiculous.
Wow. I'm embarrassed for him.
That was a clutch. That was really good, though.
Oh, it's just one of those, like, again, you're hidden with these, you're going for the opening big right to try to get around, and Aerith just kind of just kept him in place with the 1-2s. Again,
she
same
just
thing.
stood there. Yeah. She was just letting him go around, but he wasn't landing the punches.
Yeah, it looks like Hawks is trying to do too much strafing and not enough punching.
Yeah, the objective of the game is to hit more shots than your opponent. Right now, you are eating. What are you doing?
Oh, man. Goodness. It's funny because, like, even our content content creators right now, especially Bobby, is also casting in the background. Not quite sure if you can hear it, but this boxing matchup is just so entertaining for everyone.
Dude, just 1-2, 1-2, 1-2.
Simple.
Hawks he was trying to get the rear back on the right, just could not get it off. I mean, just stun locked up by the quick jabs.
Absolutely. I'm glad Hawks is not in any of our pro teams. That's all I'm going to say. But we're actually hopping into Noah versus Bobby, which is a dynamic duo that we've seen since the start of COD Mobile's release just 4 years ago.
Bobbenheimer's making some haymakers come through. Where did Dad learn to punch? School of Hard Knocks right here. Whoa, what is going on, Noah? Still staying alive for the time being, but...
I'm telling you, that crouch strat works every single time.
No one's used it.
Well, I think the thing is, like, we'll take a look at it if he keeps doing it. It's like Noah is literally going over the top, and I think he realized it halfway through. It's like, I have to wait for him to pop up before I can hit my combo.
That's an extra step to actually think about,
100%.
right? So that's going to be very difficult. But I honestly feel like a lot of these people don't even know that there's a crouch button to begin with. So that's like a HUD thing. You probably need to find that and probably enable it.
Noah's hitting Bobby way more than Bobby's hitting Noah this time because he wasn't crouching enough. But as you can see, he's going to go into that crouch position, and now he's being able to get some jabs off Noah.
Oh my God, he's working them. It's a back and forth stalemate so far. Are they going to trade? Shots coming in, 450 on the health. How many hits? Does Bobby stand? 2 more going through. He's out.
That
Goodness,
was a close
all right.
one. Bobby misplayed that at the start. He took a bunch of damage from not crouching straight away.
Yeah.
He needs to go into the crouch position to make this work.
Bobby's like, I got the new strat.
The reach is basically like Bobby has the reach when he's crouching, so Noah's like right in his face.
Yeah.
That's really good counter strat right there. So many big brain plays, and we're finally here round number 3. Things are getting fast, and Noah's getting the best of him.
He's aiming down.
Yeah.
He's just putting, say, you want to crouch, fine. He's keeping his aim real low.
Hold it down
The
straight
movement
back.
as well is excellent from Noah.
yeah.
Bobby can't even land any punches. Noah's going to fold him in half.
Okay.
Someone's jumping in the background, and we can see the excitement in everyone's face. It's so meta that everyone's watching from their gameplay.
Wow.
He's a gamer, bro. Look, the adaptation in real time. He's like, I see what you're doing, buddy, but I got you.
Here we go. Grand final. Anyone predict either of these two?
No, absolutely not. But
not a chance. I'm going to go with Aerith.
You're going Aerith?
Really?
Yeah.
Verdict? Who you got?
I got to go with Noah, man. You saw how he countered the Bobby strat? It was OP. Figured it out in 1 round. Took him only half of that time. I've got him in a big
Bobby,
one.
who do you got?
going for Aerith. She's going for simple. I mean, you go to me. I feel like she's just going to wait for Noah to try and make a move, counter that, because that's exactly what we saw during her matchup with Hawksnest. But obviously, Noah is not Hawksnest, right? Both of them very calculated. It's going to be close, but my money's on Aerith.
Okay, I think I'm also leaning Aerith here, only because she's 7'3" in real life.
Yeah, right. Absolutely right. The reach is just impossible.
The reach is just so hard to get to. But no, I think there's going to be an element here where Noah's going to overthink this after playing up against Bobby. And Aerith is just going to go in and start swinging.
Simple.
Yeah. I like it. Outcomes Razor. Best solution is the easiest one.
Yeah, Noah's used to Bobby crouching and moving all around the place, whereas Aerith is just throwing haymakers left, right, and center. So I think Aerith's got this in the bag.
I got Aerith.
Aerith is reactive. That man right there is adaptive. I just don't know if that play style is going to be able to counter. I still am rolling with him, but you are making a lot of sense.
Yeah. And who knows? Like, let's be honest. All these creators are like, they fire up their streams like, yo, who's got the boxing strats? Like,
yeah, Bobby yesterday was literally looking up tips and tricks for this part of the event.
Okay.
Oh, Aerith's actually putting in a little bit more movement this time around. Seemed like he learned actually a thing or two when it comes to Hawksnest, but it's going to be a fast one as Aerith goes down, and Noah was a quick first round for him.
Stuck to him on glue. Still a best of 3, though, by the way, here for this grand final.
It looks like the strat that Noah's going for here is to just get behind Aerith.
Yeah.
So you hit her, she can't move around, and he just keeps beating her down.
Yeah, Hawksnest exploited that earlier on, just couldn't capitalize on it. Moment too big, lights too bright right now. Noah, adaptive as I mentioned, right now he's just working her. Aerith, 7'3" in real life, a 6-foot giant inside of Noah is thriving. Best of 3, this is done. Who called Noah?
Oh my God.
Get him. Get him to pay the man.
My ear thing was off. My ear cup was off, so I didn't hear what you voted for.
That makes sense.
Wow. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to present Noah with the prize for winning the boxing event.
smile on his face.
Noah, I am here to present to you one-of-one boxing gloves with every person's signature. Yeah, the official Ferg signature. What do you have to say? What was the strats that you used in that tournament?
Oh my God. Well, first of all, man, these are going to go on eBay. Second of all, yeah, I had a pretty good strategy there that I developed after getting destroyed by Bobby, and that was just to keep hitting them and not get hit back. But no, I actually figured out you can hold it down, and then every time that they get like one swing on you, fall back, and then you could just keep stun locking them. And then my strategy against Aerith was just do illegal hits in the back of the head constantly. Yeah, that one worked out pretty good. Yes, sir.
All right, congratulations to Noah for winning the boxing gloves. Those are one-of-one. The creators have never signed something like this ever, and we're going to bring it right back to the desk with Shift.
Well, not only did all the creators surprise us by being able to sign, but we were kind of surprised that some were able to even sign their own names. Small things there, but that just takes us past the halfway point. Make sure you guys load on in and have some fun in the club on your own. When we come back, though, it will be game number 4. We'll take a look at the leaderboard, see how everyone stacks up as we try to close things out here at the Ground War Breach Cash Grab Invitational. The Snapdragon Pro Series Con-Am World Championships for 2023 is coming to you live from DreamHack Atlanta with a $1 million prize pool and action that is definitely going to be bigger than ever. It all starts December 15th to the 17th. Woo! You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be spicy. We have a lot of heavy-hitting favorites, but I have to imagine there's going to be some upsets. Just calling it early. Should be fun. One verdict.
I completely agree. The format a little bit different this year. Anything can happen. Keeping me on the edge of my seat. I'm going to be there. I would not miss that.
And the Snapdragon Pro Series, I miss saying that, man. We casted that all the way through, and now we get to see it live in Atlanta, 15th to 17th of December, and anything could happen at this point. So many months has already happened in between that, so honestly, any prediction is out the window.
And last year, we kind of ran it simultaneously with like the CDL and the Challengers, and I'll tell you, all of the traditional COD players were like, bro, mobile's popping. So find your way to Atlanta, or at least join us online. Let's get back into the action here, though, as we'll take another look at what's going on with those extra 10K categories for each of those bounties. Of course, the ones on the left will pretty much determine themselves, but I do know through 3 lobbies, we're starting to see some of the captains talking about what clips do we want to submit for you at home to vote on for all of those superlatives on the right-hand side. So again, make sure you're keeping an eye on that Google form, which you can find pinned at the top of the chat. You decide. You're giving away $10,000. We're not giving away $10,000. Well, actually,
technically we
are.
Come on.
Yeah. Which should be a fun one, so make sure you keep your eye on that one. Now we've reset. The energy has, I would say, been revitalized a bit in the venue with the boxing that we just had. What are we thinking as far as how map number 4 of Ground War Breach is going to go?
I mean, it's about as unpredictable as anything. We thought that Game 3 was going to be a quick one, and it was dragged out. Certainly anything is possible. Still looking for some of these captains to step up and stand out. We've got 3 in mind for our vote, but still 2 more games to come through.
A lot of things can happen. I mean, we already know that when it comes to the 3 different games that we've had so far, halfway point already done, but then we hear Bobby just yelling out for everyone to hear that he's going to be going in for the objective. So we get to see that so 3 different games is 3 different types of, strategies in play.
Yeah, it's really interesting because there is also a level, I think, just to kind of speak to it, where we've now seen the defense last second hold. Do you almost want the game to go a little bit longer if you're a defender because it'll allow you more time to earn more kills?
Oh, you smart fellow, my friend. I gotta say, I thought that in the back of my mind. I was like, these guys are 200 IQ. They're 5-head, right? Just go ahead and put the foot down on the throat as soon as you can. Let the game linger on. Get as many kills as you can. We already know these guys over there, they like to get those kills.
Definitely, the kills do matter. We already saw in that game number 1, and that's definitely a huge thing to have, even though you lost that game. Just getting those kills can grant you to be the top dog. We saw Noah Sunday and his team get the 173, same as Bobby, but it seems like a lot of these teams are actually shuffling in the way through, and I'm excited to see the leaderboard, man.
Yeah, me too. And on top of that, I think there's going to be a little bit of a difference in mentality when it comes to who the bottom teams on the leaderboard are going to want to choose to be a part of, because those 10 points for winning is going to feel barely like a silver lining with how I imagine steep the gap is going to be between the 2. But we've seen a lot of action so far. Team Vague still up top, still carrying right around a 40-point difference, just over the top of Bobby Plays. Team Aerith, big pop-up from the last couple of games, now finds themselves in 3rd, just barely though, as Noah Sunday still floating around. Bottom of the leaderboard though, Winsanity starting to look like there's a bit of a gap. Has to have a good map 4 here, though, you think?
No, absolutely. Anything's possible here. We saw it in game number 3. Can we get a repeat? But a closeout clinch coming into game number 4. Certainly anything's fair game. It's a toss-up.
I feel like it was a mistake to put Bobby Plays right in front of the caster stands.
Right,
He was just taunting us, man. He can hear us really clearly, but obviously, as you can see on your screen, it will be Vague at the top of the leaderboard. Has a little bit of points that will make them breathe a little bit more, but I mean, Bobby Plays is still right there in the 2nd, and really quickly, Aerith is just picking up the pace.
Yeah, sneaky, just working their way in. We haven't really necessarily seen a ton from her team on the highlight reel, but hey, all it takes is consistent performance. We talked about she's got a really good mix of players between the BR multiplayer scene, and it looks like it is starting to find its way up the leaderboard just a touch. The thing about it, though, and we kind of heard Ferg talking a little bit of smack, Vague's getting carried by all of his LG teammates right now. It's going to be hard to keep pace with them.
I mean, how do you bounce back after a 5-20 performance? Like, I can't even keep a straight face. If I'm Vague, I'm putting my head down and just continuing to let the team carry you. Don't do anything in particular out of the orb. But, I mean, again, it's still a lot to be grabbing here in these next 2 games. Anything's possible, as we'll continue to say it.
Consistency definitely needs to be there, as Vegas is going to be carried, but at a certain point he looked really great in game number 2, but game number 3 we're not going to talk about that.
Look,
that doesn't exist.
I didn't pick him because I had confidence in Vade. I picked him because of the other 3, all right?
You know, there is an element of that, especially when it comes to the other 3 that are on his rosters.
Right.
You know, vague, whatever, it happens. He did put together a really solid team. I'm actually kind of surprised that he was even allowed to get all
his
those
teammates.
players.
I wonder how much
That's
money he had to
fair.
pay, because I heard rumors originally Tech was on another roster. How much did he have to pay that man? A little bit of that bribing going on. I can guarantee, but that ain't the first time he's talked Tech into joining a super team.
True.
I mean, that LG roster was not a thing beforehand until Vague joined.
Yep.
And got Tech. Silver tongue.
I was going to say, this guy's a sly devil with the tongue.
He is.
Working his way through.
He's a little charming. A little charming.
Yeah, he's also kind of a jerk.
We're gassing him up after Build putting him down, Build him back up. But hey, one thing that I kind of want to commend is the fact that they already have team chemistry.
Yeah.
That's something that they definitely don't have to worry about. So whatever sides they're at, it doesn't matter. They've gone through everything.
Yep, and here is a look at our split screen. Offense for Win, Vague, Joke, and Noah, where Hawks, Bobby, Godsley, and Aerith are on the defense. Quick thoughts from your verdict?
Look, I love it. Vague and team fried earlier on the attack. Hawks Nest, he's going to have to step it up. He played the objective for them. I don't see that being the case here on this opposite end, but anything can happen again, as I've said it now, as we're looking at it, as we get into an interview here with Aerith. And man, she looked good. Shift, what we got?
Aerith, we were all talking. First of all, hi, welcome to the camera.
Hi.
Everyone from our stream. I'll say hi here too. So what's been happening? You guys are climbing your way up the leaderboard. Where have you guys found the cohesion?
So we have a pretty good idea on what we want to do. Unfortunately, we got offense 3 rounds in a row. Very unfortunate, because it is a more defense-sided game mode, but we've been very strategic. We have our pro players playing super passive, and they're going for their KDs, and we're dropping a decent amount of kills every single game. So we're just trying to be steady, not making any too aggressive plays, anything like way too out of our comfort zone, and we're playing as close together as possible. So that's definitely like our main strategy.
So it's working. You guys are climbing to the top
for sure.
3, but there is still a big gap with Vague and the LG guys.
Yeah.
Is there anything you're thinking to try to chip away at their current heavy lead?
Honestly, like, our goal isn't to dethrone LG's roster or whatever they got going on there, but we're just going to focus on our gameplay and make sure we slay out in the best way possible.
Now, outside of getting yourself up the official leaderboard,
Yeah.
have there been any conversations around the extra
The
superlative
bounties,
categories?
yeah, for sure. So, like I said, we've been trying to focus on KD, especially our player Envy. He went like 18-1 last game, which is amazing. So we're trying to protect him. We are using the rescue class, making sure he is staying safe. And that's one of the goals. And we also have we're all doing like separate ones and see what we can do while we're grinding like the kills. Especially like the comedy goal. That one's pretty good, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Final question. What's been your loadout? You know, if you were to give some advice to people that are out there, what are you feeling is strongest right now for those?
For this
trying to
game
get
mode, look, I'm a sniper fan. I love sniping, and this map is huge. So sniping is definitely the move, especially the XBR. The XBR is amazing. This thing is shredding players, and if you know how to tap fire, very OP.
Well, we've seen it a couple of times on broadcast, low-key. So thanks for the tips. We'll let you get ready to go for
thank you
lobby
so
number
much.
4. Take that back from you. And we'll get things back over towards the bar as we get ready to go for map number 4. Take it away.
Woo! My goodness, it is definitely going to be such a huge moment. This is the shift that we needed, the point of no return. Either Vague's team is going to take it all in, game number 4, or someone like Aerith could actually take a lot of points away from this team, and it could be a unified effort to actually stop this one team.
I mean, I gotta love the teamwork. It's the dream work. You know, it keeps everything going. The fact that they're supporting each other, you really want to root for that. But you got the demons on the other side of the lobby. We don't like them, but they're just so dang good. How do you put a stop to that? Well, she said it there. You focus on your game. You don't worry about what they're doing, because what they're doing ain't gonna help you win.
Everyone else has their own thing to deal with, and she actually mentioned something that is super key. They've always started on the attacking side, and now they're finally going on the defense for the first time in game number 4. And on the other end of things, Win is also starting out on the attacking side for the first time. So a lot of first times here for a lot of these teams that kind of got stuck in certain sides, and definitely want to see what kind of gameplay they're finally offering to the table, because you already saw how well she performs with the snipers. you already know the defense. You can snipe all the way long, and you can just hang back and just get those kills.
No, you're absolutely right, and I said it earlier too. Like, I'm not a sniper main. She said she was a sniper main. We know it. We've seen it. Me, on the other hand, I'm just your basic casual. If I'm with the sniper, I'm getting one shot in, and I'm instantly downed. Nonetheless, that's why they're here, and I'm over here. So there's a difference here. Exactly, we're here.
And again, with the gameplay and just kind of hyping up all of these teams, one thing that makes Vague's team so special is the fact that they're even when it comes to defense and the offensive side. They've played both twice, and it seems like it doesn't really matter which side they're on. They have a strategy for each, and we were gassing them up a while ago before we actually had that interview with Aerith, is the fact that they already have that team chemistry. They know what to do when it comes to trying to catch up, just in case that they're faltering behind.
Yeah, and then also you go into the factor of, hey, maybe we're a little bit smarter than we are. We're going to allow them to capture that A objective so we can continue to get more kills. That's been their strategy. It's been working so far.
And I'm curious to see if there's any, like, as we kind of get to the end, the teams that are at the bottom, if there's, like, any captains that are like, hey, if you get defense, like, yo, put me on defense, bro. Like, I'll, you know, convincing, you know, get a little bit of that debate going through.
I was going to say, you know, the two teams that are going hand in hand right now, holding hands, it's Godsley and Aerith.
Yeah.
So, yeah, both of these teams, first time going to be on the defensive side, rather, because they've always been hand in hand in that attack. Let's see how they're actually going in, because I'm pretty sure their comms are pretty much tight, and she's low-key actually having a strategy.
And that's one of those things, like, if you have been getting all offense all the time and you're still within striking distance, this feels like a critical moment to really close down that gap and put yourself really forward into that conversation pool in terms of trying to come away with the majority of the money, which is in that 100,000 based on the leaderboard at the end here. And, you know, I think it's interesting, too, to kind of hear her talk about, and I guess you guys are talking about a little bit, like, they're essentially playing Get Down, Mr. President. Like, we've got our superstar, we've got 3 rescuers that are just right there, ready to bring him back into the action.
That's the teamwork we're talking about. We don't see that a lot. You're not going to see that even with the chemistry that those LG boys have. You're not going to see that. They're out for themselves. This is the teamwork you love to see. That's the kind of moments that you want to highlight. Those are, like, game-breaking changes for a team like this.
But here's the thing, though. Into that attacking side, you have Vague and Noah Sunday. And even though Noah, yes, faltered a little bit, you already know that they can deal a lot of damage when it comes to just all of those kills. Pretty sure they don't really want to have that win, but they want to elongate this game as much as we can. We keep saying that the defense is probably letting it a little bit longer, right? Because you don't want to end it too soon, because your kills are basically going to end right there. Get those 10 wins, but also you're kind of denying the attacking people of their kills. So it's a strategy to think of.
It's a dual-headed sword,
Yeah.
right? You win the game quick, you're still miles ahead. You're not allowing your team or the other teams to catch up. So either way, I think they're just going for the enjoyment of the thrill. So as we jump on into it, we are getting geared up. Game number 4. We're still in the pregame lobby. No, we are in action. And Beef, I've got to say, this one could be an interesting one. Certainly, anything can happen now as we do see the pressure coming through. Don't get too far up there, buddy. We are not in pregame, actually. This is live. We're hot.
Oh my goodness, we're already past the halfway point. And again, this is a turning point right now when it comes to capturing all of these objectives and also these kills. And just a little bit of a refresher, if you're going to be on the attacking side, you'll be on the left side on that red part as you're trying to traverse your way through into that A zone, which is only a single flag on the way to the second objective, which is going to be the B1, B2. And at the very end, you still have a chance to capture that C1 and C2 flag. And all 3 game modes have different strategies. And you know what? Let's see what is going to happen later on when we do go back into that gameplay. But again, there's a lot of things that could be talked about, especially knowing that for the defense, I feel like they might want to carry on the game a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, these are all things that I'm sure the players themselves are also realizing in the scheme of this format. Like, you could go and you can get the reps, and you could go and you can play the mode, get used to it, figure out which class you like better than others, which loadouts you like better than others. But when you put $200,000 on the line, you got to find a way to really milk the competition in a way that fits your ability to either come away with the most superlatives or climb the leaderboard in this environment. So it looks like not only do we see adjustments during the boxing ring, we're seeing some pretty steep adjustments to how the teams maybe want to play mentally on the actual map itself.
It's a terrible reality because this is an instance where the rich just continue to get rich because LG is just going to continue to farm those kills. This is what they do. The adaptation for some of these teams in real time is just not enough to get that outgunning right there. Is the best team in multiplayer. It is certainly translating here. They haven't missed very many gunfights.
No,
Vake has.
Well,
Vake certainly has missed. He'll be the butt of the jokes for the remainder of the night.
Fair. It is just one of those things that you can definitely tell, like, as soon as there's a critical moment going on, you see all those LG clan tags starting to show up in the kill feed. It's just like, if you have a critical moment, you look to them to really take over. Whereas, again, there may be a little bit of this, like, well, we're just going to play off of sniping. We're going to play off of our one guy. Everyone's just going to rescue him. But when you need to get it over the hurdle for that last 10 points, it looks like the LG guys really have kind of got things figured out.
They do, and they have 39 points in between them. Between Bobby Plays is at 251. So, I mean, as much as we want the defense to kind of end the game quickly, I don't think they can. Just because they, number one, need to get the win, but also get those kills down. And if they end it early, those 10 points not going to matter because 290 is still a lot of numbers to catch up here, Verdict.
No, you're absolutely right. Bobby making his waves on through. He's trying to hit those old country roads back home with a pocket full of cash. And I don't blame him as we go ahead and gear up. Game 4. I'm already standing up for this one. I'm anticipating certainly going to be a banger. If you're joining us, or if you're still here, we appreciate it. I've got to say, we've had a killer time now. Make sure you vote for those superlative bounties now as they are pinned to the chat. We've got to get this action done. We need to hear your voice on what you have to think.
And now, as they're thinking of where are they going to position themselves, Bobby's going to be in a really good head glitch, trying to defend, especially from all of those attackers on that right side hill, which is definitely a hot spot. And he does spot one, so that does apply a lot of pressure, probably stopping the push coming in from the attacking side.
Yeah, just go ahead and keep the blood flowing right there. Shots crispy, 13 bullets left in the shot, 96 lives on the left-hand side, a lot of motion towards the left-hand side of your screen. Is there someone already behind us? There is. If you're on that back rock, you're certainly getting pushed, and Bannon certainly coming in, making waves for himself there as Jokesta finally going to get called out. Trades back and forth, objective still being locked down.
And now we're still in the perspective of Bobby, and he finally does go down. And as I said that, I feel like a caster cursed him. And we're headed over to Insanity, first time being on the offensive side, where he's probably pushing. And we're kind of curious how he's going to be playing it. But early on, they're finally capturing. But there are going to be just two on the attacker right there. But Win is going to be in such a good spot. He needs to heal up. It's going to be pushed. But then the melee doesn't really work out. And there you go. Kings, unfortunately, does not work out. And it's going to be Win. And maybe the offense is actually working out for Win's side.
Oh my God, somebody clip it, chat. Got absolutely put on a poster board. Milk carton. Hello. Somebody's missing. Who was that? Little B? Oh yeah, we anticipated that one. Win is frying right now. Literally 93. Actually, make that 83 lives still. So a lot of work done here on the attacking side. They're locking it down for the time being. And Winsanity going absolutely crazy in this feed. Finally gets shut down though. Hawk's Nest. He's got the kryptonite.
Hawk's Nest sips him out and finally takes out a Win in such a good angle. And so far, though, whatever foothold they actually had in that A side, even though Win was able to get such big gunfights, he was stuck. There was no comeback whatsoever, and everyone else from his team is actually going to be far, far away. And as we're seeing the lives kind of dwindle down, 74 already, still very doable. We've seen worse already here in this A1, especially that game number 4. I mean, game number 3, rather. Let's see if the same case here for game number 4.
Vegas used to be in there, right? I don't think he's ever been res, but I'm surely he was about to give up. I would have too. Peace. Noah Sunday sitting on 3, 70 kills coming through. And we're looking at it as we speak. It is an absolute beauty of a game so far. 69 lives remaining, no puns intended on this one. Vague, yet again, getting just absolutely peeled back.
I mean, this is one thing that you need to do if you're on the attacking side. There's so much attack deployments on the defense. They're playing it so well. It seems like it is probably one of the biggest key plays to do if you're on the defense is to put your attacks in a really good spot where the objective is very nearby. And if you already know, if you're going to be taken out, you could either, number one, spawn into the attack, spawn into HQ, or also spawn right next to your enemy. It seems like the defense is just so solid. 56 lives only here on the attacking side, and Aerith being on the defense finally seems to be such a huge deal as she already has 5 kills, and not just that, they got the tank, and they are just pushing every attacker behind.
Oh, they are indeed, and this is certainly a late game run for them. Good God, 2 tanks? Boom! That one's done. Shady. He's got to have like 4 tank kills. Like, he's literally been in the tank the whole time. And you know what? I know he is laughing. That guy's a character. Absolutely nothing but love. No shade needed on him. I mean, surely everybody in this lobby hates him, but that doesn't matter, right?
I mean, he's doing a phenomenal job, and for sure he might be $10,000 richer, but you can see how good the defense is actually pushing back all the efforts of this attacking team by, number one, using those snipers to their advantage, but also using the tanks as well so early on. And now finally we do get to see some sort of play coming in from the attacking side. Still no progress in that A1 flag. 40 lives, still a lot. Again, it's not the worst we've seen, but Bobby's also very much knowledgeable that there could be an amphibious creature swimming in the shoreline.
Oh yeah, he's certainly out for blood there. Into the waters, out of it they go, onto the objective. We're trying to get the job done. 30 lives remaining. Anything is possible. We made assumptions right here. We're assuming Godsley's going to get the credit for the kill. The spray transfers, he's sitting on 10. He's piecing. And the teamwork there from him and Aerith has really paid off so far. They've got this other team in the blender. Where is Team Vig? Well, not Vig. Where is LG at? Not Vig. Because he's just been on his back more than anything this game.
And now, well, speaking of the duo right now of Godsley and Aerith, look, he's sitting at 11 right now, and it seems like the defense definitely giving it to them, and obviously all of these creators are definitely favoring the defensive side. He finally gets taken down though, but the question is he going to give up, or he's going to be waiting for his teammates? And it seems like giving up is going to be that option.
Yeah, you lost the map control. You got to accept it. That is certain doom. Go ahead and regain, get that time in, because you got a little bit of time to spawn in. Certainly want to be in a better position. 16 lives. Don't fumble the bag here as we get down to 15. Splinter getting involved. The tank. God, Shady, my friend. They should recruit you to the military. My guy's bringing in the big guns every time. He is yet to be taken out here in game number 4, and he's certainly making his way now as artillery of this lobby. Nobody does it better.
This is looking like a repeat of game number 2, but let's see if it's going to be the picture-perfect end for these defensive players right now. 10 lives, they'll make that 9 and no progress in A, and it seems like they're still trying to find their footing as Aerith is just dealing so much damage. And that presence of mind, especially with the Purifier, knowing very well there could be some close-range engagements. It doesn't matter if you do have that. It doesn't matter because the Purifier comes into play. 5 lives.
Oh man, barbecue chicken. Where's the reaction time? Finally gets shut down. Aerith was on a tear. And let me tell you, Chad, she is serving them up hot. 2 lives remaining. This one's, I want to say, done. A1 progress still being collected, though. And we're going to cross our fingers. Anything can happen as Hawks goes down, and suddenly things getting a little bit too close to call. And that's it. Quickest game of the day. What we were anticipating in game number 3, we got in game 4.
Turns out we just needed Godsley and Aerith to be on the defensive side. They are very cracked. And like we mentioned a while ago before game number 4 even started here, Shift, is the fact that Godsley and Aerith needed to take as much kills as possible, but also try to prevent any kills going into the attacking squad.
That's the bigger point. You may have gotten to a point here where some of the teams are saying, we're not going to touch the LG guys in most overall kills, but if you could put them in a spawn trap, and at least chip away over the total score by earning kills of your own while limiting the damage that they do, that could give you a big macro boost. So we talked a lot about some teams maybe trying to milk the defense, elongate the game. But when you've got your leaders on the offensive side, get them out of the picture as fast as possible and see if we can just close the gap.
Completely agree, and that's one of the things, though. Have they built up a substantial enough lead to where they could just coast by not playing the objective, say, hey, you know what, we'll get 10, 15, 20 kills every time we play on the attack. We'll just let the game in. You can't farm kills. We're already in the lead. What is that thing called? Leader's advantage? Is that exactly what we're experiencing here?
Very well could be, because again, it's like if you, especially I think for like Bobby to the leader, 40 points, 39 points to be exact, that 10 points does actually make a big difference, even if you do end up going even kills against the LG squad, so to speak. So there's a lot of little things in there. I mean, we're trying to figure it out as much as anyone else is, but hey, we have the leaderboard update when we come back from the break. So we're gonna let that just simmer, marinate just a touch. While we're away, we're getting close to the end, which means your fan votes are running out of time. So make sure you go over to that pinned message at the top of the chat, get your vote in for the clips that are starting to be submitted. And when we come back from the break, we'll reveal if there's been enough damage on the leaderboard to make this a contest. We'll come back for our final drop right in the backside of the break. Don't go far. One more game here at the Ground War Breach Cash Grab Invitational, $200,000 on the line. I want to say that's casual, but that is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. And half of that is reserved for you guys at home. We'll talk more about that here in a moment. I'm Ship with Verdict Beat Mommy. And boy, I'll tell you, for a second there, I thought we were about to go through another one of those emotional roller coasters of, the defense is dominating. But wait a second, right at the end, the offense started to catch a little bit of fever. Just a little bit too late.
Short but sweet. I mean, that should definitely feel good if you are on the side of defense where Bobby and Aerith are racing up to be in that top 1 spot. And like what we keep mentioning, you got to stop the tracks of the likes of Vague that have 39 points in between you. And so being that quick when it comes to the shutdown, and not just that, they're getting majority of the kills. That's definitely a huge win for them.
Oh, a huge win. I mean, the game changer right now. Can that be enough to shift the tides going into game number 5? That's the question that we're all going to have to ask ourselves. Right now, we're looking at Aerith. She was peace in this one. Kentucky Fried, good night. Put them on the grill. Just put them out of their misery. And that was a heck of a feed from her as we take a look at the standings.
Okay, so the gap has tightened up pretty considerably. The defense finally earned for Aerith and Co to start to play. They put themselves within striking distance, but the gap of nearly 40 is now down to 24 between Team Vague and Bobby plays at the top. It would take a miracle game most likely for Noah Sunday to find his way to the top 2, but there is a chance for them to sneak into the top 3. So there are some extra things that are happening. Of course, we want to know who our champion is going to be, but there's going to be a pretty big dispersion, I think, over who finishes in the top, at least half verdict.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's all going to come down to this moment, the moment that we've all been waiting for. All good things must come to an end, but we got to see a great banger here on our hands. 24 points is all that Vague has right now, and he died 20 times a few games back, if I do recall. I don't think he cooked too much this past either. I'd have to look at the notes. Certainly something. Will Bobby be able to pull up the upset? Nobody counted him in.
I mean, no, we did because he was on the defensive side that actually won. So it's a matter of, are they going to be going up against each other, Vague and Bobby? Because if we see Bobby again in the defensive side, if they pull the same strategy and it works out and Vague will be on the attack, that is very much doable because cutting that lead in half is a huge and significant deal. It's definitely not set in stone.
Well, and it's interesting just kind of watching over about. He's the only one really in earshot for us, and Bobby was just talking to his distributors like, I don't want to talk too much because I don't know if they know exactly what we were doing, and maybe we can get away with doing it again to put himself into a spot. Because again, he cleared the gap. It was 40, now it's down to 24. There's still a little bit of work to be done, but if they can net 10 kills plus, or 14 kills and a win, that could put them at least in a tie overall for the top. I don't know what we would do if we got to that point.
Oh man,
I'm sure I just got
tiebreaker.
Boxing.
Well,
let's get it.
I mean,
I heard 5 different plays on the table
exactly.
Yeah, so
let's get
lots of things there. But let's of course remind you guys of other things that are on the line besides that overall leaderboard. The bounty objectives on the left-hand side will pretty much determine themselves, as we said a couple of times. Obviously, we're really excited to see who's going to pull the highest overall KD, and what do you think the number will be for most overall kills? It's got to be pushing triple digits at least.
Oh, easy.
Yeah?
Easy.
Okay.
I think we're going to be like some of those LG guys. There's no way Vague didn't do it anywhere. We couldn't see it on screen. Some of those guys had to have cooked at least 20 to 25 kills per game.
And then on top of that, of course, that superlative list. All those clips should be posted. I saw a couple of the creators getting on like their Instagram saying, hey, go to this link and start voting for me. So you guys that may be watching the main stream, make sure you guys are also getting involved, whether it's for your favorite play or your favorite creator. You have a chance to sauce another 10 grand per category over to these creators and their teams here. So again, right at the top of the chat, pinned message, Google Doc link. It should start to get populated with all those clips. This is your last chance to vote. It will close before we get through game number 5. So take advantage of that now as we're waiting for that 5th lobby to get fully figured out. I mean, we've seen a number of great multi-kill moments. I'm excited to see what the comedy gold submission is going to be, because we've seen a couple of things that were just like, oh, he just got spun on.
Oh, yeah.
But I imagine there's going to be some other very comic moments that had happened.
For sure. We're only seeing half the story here because majority of the time we're only seeing the captains, but there's like a lot more players in the back end. We already saw a while ago Shady was having particularly really great eliminations when it comes to those tanks, and it seems like tanks be Shady, and it looks like he's just made out of metal.
I mean, it's like a combination made in heaven. I got a chance to like gauge the room of how they feel about tanks here. They hate it. They hate them. They don't want them here. They don't want them in the BRs. Obviously, if you pick them up, we always kind of give you like the stink eye. Why are you doing that? Shady's having a good time. Let him ball.
It's one of those things. It's like you got to eventually say, if you can't beat him, join him, you know?
Right.
Fair point.
Big difference maker. That's huge. And we saw the impact just to really hit this home. Tank wasn't able to get capitalized at all by the offense that last game, and you saw what happened. They got put into a blender, and there was no getting out of it at that point.
Man, early capture of that tank on the defensive side just puts the attacking at the very back, and that's where your technicians come in if you're on the attack. Get those FHJs in play.
Yep.
And one player that we actually saw right on your screen just utilizing that FHJ really well is Bobby Plays. The timing of this man on how to actually get rid of the tank is super key, and the fact that he was on the defense definitely makes that side very much more knowledgeable when it comes to stopping those tanks.
Yeah, something else I will say too is I was doing a little bit of calculations. I don't really math that much, but when I do, it's probably off. Last game, even though it was really quick, Vegas team still managed to pick up 34 kills.
Oh.
That is something to note, especially considering how quickly that game went.
That is a big deal. Okay, so again, there is going to be a bit of a mad dash, I think, here right at the get-go to set the tone early as Bobby's getting up and trying to get Vegas' attention.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my God, he's calling his shot.
You know what?
Let's go.
You guys at home, I need you to watch our stream and put the tabs on our 8. Oh, no, how many streams there are, because there's a lot of smack talk happening here.
God.
You don't want to miss it.
I don't know if you guys at home caught it through our mics, but Bobby just let Vig know across the room, hey, just need you to go 5 and 20 again real quick there, bud, okay? Maybe throw a little Canadian accent there so that way you're really getting yourself, well received.
He stood up like a maestro. I thought he was about to hey, this is what we need to do, but he called Vig out. I love it.
I thought he was going to say, leave the lobby.
Yeah,
leave
exactly.
the lobby right now. We need to start ASAP, but
He's
this
your
is where
dad.
he plays. Exactly.
Unreal,
The
dude.
godfather right there.
He's locked in. Look at this. That's, oh my God, Steph Curry. Look at him.
This is a guy who's seen a thing or two. If there's one thing you can always trust for Bobby is that he's always going to put together a good team,
yeah.
and he knows how to get a little motivation into the boys around him. So the gap is 24 with that guy on your screen and Vague, who left his setup maybe needing to weep a little bit after the trash talk comes through. Probably not, but you never know. We'll send over to a quick break. When we come back, it is our final lobby of the Ground War Breach cash grab. Don't go far. Our final map about to start, and that guy, well, and his teammates, currently on top of the leaderboard with a gap of 24 points, whereas hot on his heels, already digging into the deficit, Bobby and co right behind. And there's still a lot to fight for between 3rd, 4th, and 5th as well. All those three also relatively close. Welcome back to the bar. Welcome back to Ground War Breach and the Cash Grab Invitational. There is your leaderboard. Vague at 324, Bobby at 300 as mentioned. Aerith not out of the conversation fully. It would take a mammoth game, but she's mostly looking at her squad to lock in that 3rd spot, while both Noah and Godsley are in the hunt for it.
Oh, absolutely. Taking a look at it, I mean, anything is possible. I don't think it's certainly that they'll be able to make up the ground and get into that first place, but we certainly got ourselves a little bit of a picture here with Bobby. I'm not talking about the kind that falls on you while you're streaming. I'm talking about the kind that, hey, we're taking down the champions of the world? Is this possible? Is this real, chat?
He's cooking, man. I mean, you should probably call him Bobby Flays, man. I love cooking shows. It's just like, honestly though, when it comes to the points, it's very much realistic for Bobby Place to actually surpass Big, but he needs to stop this team. Not just him, everyone else in his team, and we have to figure out later on if he's going to be on the defensive or offensive side. And I don't know, let's see if the box are gonna be hung up at this point.
And here's the other part of it. When we eventually see how the squads are formed on who's got the 16v16, will there be an opportunity for them to be on opposite sides? Or will they be on the same? The answer is they're on the same side.
Oh,
so
no.
Bobby's team has to outfrag Vague's team by 15 to force a tie. That's what we have in front of us for the top. On the other side, Aerith and Noah's teams also on the same side. So for that battle for 3rd, there is also a little bit of a kill race going on the defensive side.
This is about as bad as it gets, especially when you are looking at it from the scheme that you're down 24. Not only do you got to outfrag all the LG boys, but you got to find a way to also extend the game long enough. Maybe they just go up top and they just go for kills. Again, got to give you a huge shout out to Proper. That leader's advantage definitely coming to effect here as well.
It's going to be tough, I think, to keep pace. But like Bobby was trying to trash talk over to Vague, brother, just drop another 5 and 20. That may open the door a little bit. I mean, you just gotta kind of look at the rosters and say, who do you look to at Bobby's team to be able to keep pace and actually outmatch pace with, again, what are likely the world champion favorites right now?
I feel like right now, that's actually the best case scenario for Bobby because they're getting the same amount of kills most likely. All they have to do is stick to each other and try to kill steal each other's targets, right? And if they win, that's great, but also they need to be tight. It needs to be a game of chess within teammates. So that is just a really interesting thing to think about.
Oh, he's checked, bro. I'm sorry. That guy he is not locked in. That is the face of a guy who is checked out. He's got to get the team to pull back up because right now he can keep the lead, but he's got to contribute too, man. Come on.
There is, I don't know. There's just something out there in the world right now in the universe. It's just like the team that plays the better 4-man game is going to come out the champion here in this end. I don't know. It all comes down to this last drop for those two at the top. And again, don't just keep your focus there because there's a lot of money to disperse between these squads. And Aerith and Noah also on the same side. And we talked about how Aerith's team defensively looked really solid. She has a chance to now have defense twice in a row, Beef Mommy.
I mean, they could actually do the same case and just eliminate the possibility of Bobby and Vague. That's hitting 2 stones with 1 bird. That's just the best analogy I can give you guys. I love saying that quote. Gets them every time. But anyway, like when it comes to Aerith's gameplay in that defensive side, be explosive, be in your face. And speaking of in your face, we already know Noah is actually the player to do do that.
I mean, it's also kind of fitting that it was Noah and Aerith in our boxing grand final. Now they're kind of duking it out for 3rd. Parallel
That's a lot of money.
Is a lot of money. And of course, again, just as a reminder, as we're sitting here waiting for the 5th game lobby to load, this is the perfect time for you guys at home to get onto that Google Doc that's pinned up at the top of the chat. If you're on mobile, find a way to get to it and start to put your votes out there for the superlatives because you guys also get the chance to control 50 grand worth of prizing to your favorite creators and if not your creators, your favorite plays. That's a look at what the matchups are going to be. Here we go. Map number 5. Let's get it on.
Okay, here we go. Keep all the shots above the waist. We want a clean one. This is it, the final moment. Will we get an upset from behind Team Bobenheimer? Bobby plays, Yappy plays, whatever they want to call well nowadays.
So, bars.
man,
That's kind of
spit,
I
man.
mean, there
Hey,
you go,
sign
Rams.
me, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna look for a studio for you and make sure to get that all, jot that down. And speaking of, they need to jot down what kind of strategies they want, because for the defensive side, they want to end this ASAP, but for the attack, they want to elongate it as much as possible.
Oh, absolutely, especially if you are the side of Aerith and crew. They're trying to gain a little bit more ground. There's a lot to cover. Real estate here, let me just tell you, the market is high. Interest rates absolutely at an all-time high. 1 kill coming through. And still plenty more to go right now. They're trying to get on the objective, but as you always know, you've got to clear the perimeter first. They're down to 97 in the life count, and certainly getting a little bit of waves of traction going through as Vague yet again down. Buddy has been on his back more than is on his feet.
Picking up all the adrenaline, though, he's trying to clear as much as possible, as everyone else on the defensive side is actually losing ground, but he does get taken down yet again. Jesus saves the day, and now is able to actually just stop the push on the attacking side, but it seems like Bobby's able to sneak through, and those are going to be huge kills. You already mentioned it before they entered the lobby. Right side coastline is something that they needed to objectively get.
Okay, the man on our screen might be checked, but if you can see the feed, it's all LG. They're blue by nature. They are also very naughty, and those shots are absolutely cracked. Let's go ahead, jump on in. Boys of LG, how do you sound?
I'm spawn on you, number 4.
Yeah.
They're all on A1, like a lot of them on A1.
Yeah,
they're like literally.
it seems like they're capping us. Or they're giving us, they're giving us a cap. Something like that. Or we're just doing good.
Like giving us cap?
It's either that or like we're doing good, is what I'm trying to say. We're most likely gonna cap it, looks like.
Oh, dude, I got beamed.
It's fine.
I'm bleeding out.
I don't see nobody else.
We gotta get as many kills as we can.
That's what I'm saying.
Try not to res Bobby's team.
Yeah.
I don't even res anyone, bro.
People to our right. One dead.
The tank is pushing. Tech, careful, Tech.
Yo, what the hell?
One's rock, back rock,
Wait, back rock. Wait, they're resing behind the thing. Marshy, good them, dude.
I got you.
Great work, people. Zone A is in the bag, but the mission isn't over yet. Seize the advantage and advance to the next target.
I'm gonna rush him, bro.
Oh my god. Where?
Look at tank.
I don't know.
Oh, it's a tank that's still over here. Yeah, it's on us.
Oh, bro, what?
Yeah, I get.
Yeah, that tank.
I mean, they're gonna die into the zone, but yeah, it's like delayed.
Returning to the battle.
That's kind of broken.
We need to take Zone B. Its strategic value will swing things in our favor.
Where are you guys?
All right, the lovely comms of the LG boys, followed up by Team Bobby Plays. They're slaying out, but right before we got into the listening, I got a little bit of overheard. Bobby was like, I guess we're just going to have to play the objective. And that is exactly what Team Vague wants to go. Vague already knows, you know what, maybe my shots aren't that hot. Let me just jump in a tank and be annoying at this point, because at this point, let me just let my team fry, as you heard in the comms. All they want to do is just end this one. Let's get as many kills as we can possible.
We saw that in game number 2, where Hawkstess was actually dealing with the objective and Vague was just collecting kills with his team, and it seems like Bobby's playing Vague's game, but we also heard not to res Bobby. So when Vague's team sees that Bobby's team's down, don't help him out. We're going to advance on our own. We don't care if we win. We just want to get those frags. And there's a war happening within these two squads on the same side.
And on the opposite side, you got Aerith, man. She has really reeled this team back in right now. They're trying to hold off the push. Either way you spin it, this one is possibly going to come down to the wire in the amount of kills. And let me just tell you, LG has lit up the feed from beginning, and I guarantee you all the way down to the end. 99 lives remaining. Team Bobby trying to reel it back. Eric trying to put themselves in their control of their own destiny. And so far, it's led them to having the opportunity of shutting the push down on B, but they did sell the seal over on A.
I mean, the life count looking for the attacking side is looking very healthy, and they're covering ground very quickly. And so as we're seeing the different strategies, the microtransactions from within the team, it's also important to know that the defense is actually doing a pretty good job at stopping the push as well. But right now, the best case scenario for the defense was to stop the game early, but now the fact that we've extended the game, they need to get as much kills as possible and just win the game. They absolutely have to win it and not give away any points to Vague and Bobby.
Oh man, it's kind of tough though. I mean, realistically speaking, I mean, you heard it in the comms, like, let's just go ahead and put this one down. You see Vague, he wants this one to be over just as much as they do. And certainly, he is not having a great time. He has been on his back more than his feet so far, but there it goes, starting to finally heat up. Got the res off. He is still alive and cooking. 80 lives remaining, down to 79. And Aaron trying to hold the fort down. Res is coming through.
I mean, they're being spawn trapped right now by someone from the roof. That's a completely big thing. And the thing is, though, Vague actually spots them. He was trying to guess who it was, and they finally found and pinpoint who the perpetrator was. And so far, as much as they are stuck there, they're also giving away free kills to the defensive side. They also have to worry about their lives. 75 already, as they're slowly inching in, but still not making any progress. So someone like Aerith is actually dealing a lot of damage. 8 kills to her name, but whoever is going to be on top of that house is dealing so much damage. And take a look at that. Everyone else is actually looking on top.
Oh, Roof Bandits, get them off there, man. This is a manhunt. Wild things going on. There it is. Godsley, what? He's up there with the EM2 frying. He is piecing. Give him the business right now. Give him the work. What has he got? 6? Okay, not necessarily as much as Eric, but if you remember back to game number 4, he had 11 within the first 3 minutes of the game. Let's see if he can revitalize his squad, put his name on the map, and end the tragedy here of Bobby's story of a comeback. It is certainly not looking promising right now. If they're forced to play the objective anymore, Vague's team is certainly going to be able to capitalize on it.
Man, Godsley is just putting on a show right now, providing up top, providing that defense, and also going down, knowing very well that they broke in through the defenses, going very, very close, especially with the EM2 in hand, knowing that he can shred either way, long range, short range. It's definitely going to provide. But someone actually praised him right on top of that rooftop, and they are just struggling. The attacking side is struggling going into that B1 flag. Seems like they're finally getting their sights on that B2 instead.
There we go. Okay. Job's getting done. Extend this one if you're Aerith squad. As long as Bobby's team's not doing too well, you might be sitting in a pretty good position. You can shut it down at any point. Get those kills while you can. Blur, Tectonic in the feet. LG, it is Mayhem, Blur, rather. That is Bobby's team, so they're going back and forth, but you're down by 24 in that life lead. If you win this game, that's not necessarily going to benefit you either.
Yeah, I mean, you really just got to deal with the kills at the moment. Yeah. So right now, as much as we are seeing advancements from the attacking side, they're not getting as much kills as they want. But B2 gonna be captured, but we already saw how much it can be a back and forth, and the defensive side can try to capture B2 back. But we also know how much B1 is so difficult to capture.
It is, and there's a lot of nooks and crannies here on the building site. The good thing is, once you clear that out, they're gonna be spawning so far out in Narnia, it'll be really hard for them to clear it out. So once you deal the damage on the objective, it's an easy cap on the point. Boys are in the water, look at this. There's holding hands, and then there's literally running in a V like ducks. This is exactly what we're seeing the mighty V come through, and certainly not what I anticipated. I'm not talking about hockey. I'm talking about Vague and LG boys just here to stomp out the rest of this lobby.
They're the mighty ducks, man. And now Vague going in there for the flank seems to be like such a good strategy change, but the defense very much knowledgeable, and the comms definitely effective. Bobby plays also goes down, so whatever push that they had on the backside, definitely not going to be effective, as 27 lives are going to be left, and it looks like the defense, even though, yes, they're trying to get those kills down, let's see how many left of the attackers are going to be right there, and Jokesta gets essential kills on the favor of the attack.
You heard in the comms in the background, I don't know if you can hear Bobby from here. Like I said, he's right across stage from us. He is telling them to farm the kills. He wants this game to go further. He needs to go the distance. They need to put up a 60 bomb at this point. You were down 24. I've at least seen the LG crew in the feed at least 20 to 30 times. Odds not necessarily looking like they're in their favor, but Red's going to come through here. Aerith Such a great team player, man. Aspire, if you get a ranked teammate, be like Aerith.
Be like Aerith, definitely. You're trying to figure out the positioning of your teammates as well, and that res definitely came through. It's definitely more valuable for them. B2 gonna get captured as well, and no, it's not gonna be captured. It's actually cleaned up by the defense, so that definitely provides. Yeah, the cleanup happens. B1 gets captured, yeah, but you have to put your focus on that B2, where you only have 11 lives left on the attack, and if you're Vague and Bobby, that's exactly what you don't want.
No, if you're Vague, that's what you want. If you're Bobby, you want this game to go further. You need to go to distance. And I think we have a case of game 2 where we thought we got the objective done, and it's not necessarily the case. They were literally 99% in. I had counted it in as a win, and boy, were we wrong. This one, he's just selling the lives. I mean, at this point, he can afford to go down 30, 40 times. We're still going to give him heck about it, but you got to applaud a strategy.
He's doing it on purpose.
You dirty dog.
I mean, it's basically a 5v3 right now because Vague's team, like what you mentioned, they want to end this game and make the defense win.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that Aerith could possibly get it, or maybe. We don't know because her teammates, we don't know how many kills they have.
I mean, Vague has died 30 times.
But exactly. But statistically, Bobby is his #1 enemy, and to give him a harder time on being on the attack is definitely going to be a strategy. They're giving away free kills. Operation failed.
That's
we
tough.
finally have it. A tough gameplay for Bobby. But look at the smile on this guy's face. As sinister as it is, it may have worked out, but definitely that's going to be for later on once we do see the leaderboards. What a wild ride that we have here, man.
God, that's a cynical laugh. I can't even be happy for him. I'm not a hater. Come on, man.
He's going to be rich.
He's going to be rich. The rich keep getting richer shift. We're back on the desk. And I'm not upset.
I'm just disappointed.
I'm just disappointed.
You know, the thing about it is, and we talked about it, there is going to be a point in this event where there was going to be some finesse around the format, especially with the leaderboard starting to get pretty tight near the top. So it looks like, based on the reactions, that we may know who kind of finishes up top. Now, if there's one thing I know, is you never trust an esports gamer to do math. You never trust him to do math. Caster math is one thing, but gamer math, totally different thing. So we'll see what that ends up being a little bit later down the road. But it did kind of feel like there was a very clear-cut response towards, we want to make sure we at least grow a little bit of a gap, and then you kind of saw it at the end. Before you guys were talking about it, looked that they just let's just go die, let the lights run out.
The confidence in Vague after setting up in that B side, you know that they got a lot of kills, but the moment that they were very much happy with the performance, they were like, you know what, we're just going to be throwing. We need to lose this in order for Bobby not to get as much kills as they have, because they needed to have a win, yes, and also needed to have as much kills as possible. So again, it was a 5v3 at this point.
Yo, I think I'm giving Vague too much credit. He was getting cooked, okay? He wasn't selling his life. He just couldn't win his gunnies. I'll try to paint a picture of a different story, but realistically speaking, I think that is the case. Obviously, these are pro players. They'll do whatever it takes to win. You got to admire that, but when you're looking at it right there, that's the face of evil in form of Vague. You got to like him, though, too, at some point, but we might shave his head before he leaves. That hair is looking awfully wild and rambunctious. Yeah.
Got to find this guy a barber.
Right.
But here's the other side of it. You got to remember that we were so focused on what was happening on that side of the offense between those two. Was there enough defensive domination for Team Air to possibly work their way in? Because it kind of seems like all the focus was on the top two, and that was a pretty convincing defense from start to finish. I mean, it took a while for them to get A, and then there was this moment of chaos. Did we go to B1? Did we go to B2? And Air's team very well may have found a way to kind of claw themselves into the conversation, maybe to steal something away.
I mean, that is a guaranteed 19 points because she ended the game with 9 kills.
And the 10.
And the 10. But the question mark is the rest of her team. Did they shred or not? And that's the most important. Plus the kills of Vague and Bobby on the other side of things. So not only do they have to catch up when it comes to those points, but to the points that they gathered here as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, huge question marks being thrown around, but I'm so excited to see it with the highlights we've had so far. Big impact kills here from the defensive side, just keeping away the attackers.
Yeah, and it does feel like I think we can kind of, summarize the entire day. Defense obviously came out on top, so defensive-sided mode. Can we say that with any full certainty?
I mean, I think it's kind of like when we talk about control. There are elements to the defense that gives you the advantages, but there's also advantages that you can take on the attack, especially whenever you're rolling in with a full steam or head of steam. Certainly could be a little bit decisive, but Unless, I guess I gotta go ahead and bow down. It is a defensive-oriented game mode.
It's looked that way at least. I mean, we had a lot of very close moments, though, where the offense was down to 2 lives. They were right about to capture the final flag, just could not quite get it over the finish line. But with that in mind, hey, we have also gotten ourselves just about over the finish line. Hopefully you guys took that time to get on and vote for all those superlatives, because at the backside of the break, we will be revealing our winner and who actually finishes where on the overall leaderboard, with also getting in those superlative votes. And one more look at what we have in store. We've got the MVP, highest KD, most kills, most stats, least kills. Those are all tangible. Those are all decided for us. But you guys in chat were the ones that would determine what happens with things like the Trick Shot Master, Comedy Gold, Tank Buster. Oh, baby, a triple mom, get the camera. And then, of course, the Abomination. All those bounties worth $10,000, and those will be split between the teams, as we learned on the superlative side at least. So not just one overall. And hey, we got maybe some ideas as far as who our caster MVP may be. I mean, don't say anything for certain, but any kind of ideas?
I mean, tidbits? I think it was pretty clear towards the end, if I'm given too many hints, but there's some frying coming through at the end, right?
I mean, we have 3 members to play with, obviously all captains, because the amount of support and actually comms that the captains provide definitely was a huge eye-opener. But for one, I mean, we gotta include Bobby in one of those. Second one's going to be Aerith, and the third one, I hate to say it, man, we gotta put Vegas.
Oh, no!
It's okay, man. I mean, he's your pick.
I mean, if it's
you should be happy he's your pick.
I didn't pick him. I picked LG. I picked LG. He's just the face of it, okay? All right, I don't back... Okay, I back Vague. I like Vague. Don't get it wrong, Chad. I mean, this is nothing personal. This is just like fun banter back and forth. But I have to agree. He put a well-oiled machine together that already existed. So I guess we'll give him credit for the success, right?
I mean, all I'm saying, I'm out of the picture here. It sounds like you guys have to have a conversation on the break to figure out who it gets. I mean, because you're right, Vague wasn't necessarily the best player on his team, so there are some things for us to consider there. And again, final moments for those superlatives, so if you are still deciding between 1 or 2 of them, make sure you get your vote in right now. Oof, it's going to be fun. And of course, on top of that, all 8 of our teams are going to be able to share that $100,000 based on where they finish on the leaderboard. So it's not just a winner-take-all type situation, although, of course, the lion's share of that 100K will be reserved for whoever finishes in first. But there will be some toggling for positioning, I think, for 3rd, 4th. And then also, a lot of 5 through 7 was also really close. So there's going to be a little bit of money exchanged between hands here as we try to wrap this all up.
Individual objectives also matter. Like, when you actually saw the objectives, it makes me question who actually got what. And obviously, the superlatives is really up to you guys watching at home and for us casting to choose who's going to be that MVP. So it really is down to 4 sure deals as to who's going to be getting who. As you can see, the smile and enjoyment in the faces for me is enough for me to just say, you know what, the enjoyment and the experience that we've had here in the studio, in the club, it's just so great just having to enjoy this 4th anniversary.
It's been a lot of fun, my friends. Hopefully you guys at home have enjoyed it as well to this point. But of course, with that, we're getting close to being able to reveal who those leaders are and who walks away with which of the categories. Because, I mean, we didn't really get a chance to see very many scoreboards, so I don't even have any idea who's even close to things like highest KD. I imagine some of the LG guys are in, but does Aerith's strategy work out for highest overall KD?
I mean, hey, 18-1, you can argue with those numbers, but that's just one game. How did they do across the spread of 5? I assume they preserved it. They were talking highly of it, so I think that's a very, very maintainable position for them.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned a while ago, you were interviewing her, and she was saying that they were also taking a look at the KDAs per game. She was already mentioning those strategies all the way through, and so I believe she has a good shot at getting that objective, but you could actually get those objectives one by one and also be in the 3rd or 2nd place if she's able to take over Bobby, and that you'd still earn a lot more money compared to the top 1.
And here's the other fun part about this is we also have things like most deaths and least kills. So the teams that find themselves in the bottom still have a chance to still walk away with a little bit of extra money. But with all of that said, we could do no more besides possibly reveal who the leader is. We'll take one final look at the leaderboard when we come back on the backside of our final break. Don't go anywhere. Our champion of the Ground War Breach cash grab gets crowned on the backside of the break. Welcome back, everybody, and well, we are here with our winner, champion. Do we want to call it that? We've got Vague. The boys of LG, you guys cleaned up today.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're really happy. I know I got carried a little bit, but that's not fair. But it's a BR event, multiplayer event, which is Champs is going to be happening in a bit. So hopefully I make up for it for my team during December 15th to 17th.
You're already promoing. That's my job, dude. You're here to look pretty and take your winnings.
It's going to be Atlanta. So if you guys want to get tickets, you guys can on the EA.com mobile website.
There you go. We're going to switch spots. Does that mean I get your winnings now? Is that
No, I need the money more than you do.
I may have been able to do as well as you did. Let's just talk through your guys' overall strategy through the day. I mean, obviously, whenever there's a critical moment, we saw LG in the kill feed, LG in the kill feed. It looked like when there was a moment where you guys had to crack the code, you just barn-burned it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Shout out to Marshy and Tech specifically. They were the ones getting the high kill games. Ben was playing good too. He wasn't playing as mediocre as me. But I don't know if you guys noticed, but I was playing the OBJ and healing my teammates majority of the time. So I feel like I deserve a few credit points for that. But entirely, I didn't do the best as I could. So it's fine.
Bet on yourself if no one's going to bet with you. Or,
exactly.
I got you. So take me through kind of what the mentality was just going into the event overall, because you guys obviously carry in a lot of chemistry with you guys being a team of 4 in the multiplayer space, but this game I'm sure doesn't feel nearly the same. And we talked about long-range weapons were like close-range weapons in this game. So how was that adjusting from the regular multiplayer into Ground War?
Well, the mechanics itself, I would say it's more so based towards multiplayer, which is really good for us because we come from multiplayer in a lot of our tournaments. We've been playing the game for like 4 years now. It's really good for us. The overall health system, though, and the kinetic armor and the overall operators and the other stuff with the score streaks, not the score streaks, but the other stuff that was in the game, I'd say that was more so BR. I wasn't really familiar with the HP system. I kind of decided to play going into like completely raw, but thankfully, Marshy collected all the intel for us, gave us all the best setups, gave us everything we need to know to make sure we win. And it was actually him and Tech that were IGLing, and then me and Ben were doing, well, not me, but Ben was slaying for us alongside with them.
Fair enough. Yeah. Final thoughts as the champion. Anything you want to say to the people at home?
I'd say we did a pretty good job. Shout out to my team for carrying me. Shout out to Cobb Mobile and the whole team that's been working here for hosting this event and inviting us over to this. And hopefully you guys see us take another win on December 15th to 17th in Atlanta. And you can promote it.
Oh, I can do the rest? Okay. Thanks, man. Congratulations on the win. That's our champion, but we still have so many more categories and things that we have to go through. One look at the overall leaderboard, though, at the end to see how the prizing was broken down from 1 to 8. Back with the bar.
You know what? I got to say, I love it when Vague does his YouTube voice. Look at that. $30,000 richer just off of his performance for the entire event. But you look at it, too. Bobby held on strong. Close second place. Ultimately, that leader's advantage took just too much of a toll.
Yeah,
on him.
I mean, it was so smart for Vague to actually block and give Bobby a hard time, and as he's pointing at us, yeah, he said, like, he didn't believe in me, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. But there you go. They're so much more richer than previous. Plus, we also have the superlatives. It's really insane.
Hey, those are the ones I'm looking forward to most importantly, but also the ones that we got to choose, because we got some dollar bills to give away here. And we're going to make it rain here momentarily. We've had a discussion about who potentially could be that MVP. 3 names were tossed up. We grabbed one. I don't know who it could have been other than that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she's always here. As I said that it was a she, it's me. AKA my twin is going to be Aerith.
We split it, baby.
We split it. Let's go. But yeah, we're going to be giving it to Shift to interview our very lovely MVP.
Aerith, I think after the interview, we saw it. You were on offense 3 times in a row. You guys were scrapping together. And yeah, the casters decided that you are the MVP.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, thank you to all the casters and thank you to everyone watching at home. I hope you guys enjoyed. It was super exciting to play, and right after we had that little interview, we got 2 defense. I'm just saying.
You manifested it.
I really did.
Well, and the thing about it was, not only did you guys get back onto defense, you started to really slay out on defense, which helped, I think, our casters make the decision.
For sure. Right at the end, we knew for a fact that Noah's team was super close in terms of kills, so we knew we had to slay out while ensuring that Envy has a good KD.
It seemed like that was all working out. We talked about it
For
a lot
sure.
on the desk after your interview, talking about how you're trying to, like, essentially workhorsing in towards that possible high KD thing. And it looked like you guys played the game to a really cool, unique way, which also I think helped influence. Was that, I mean, you talked about it being a kind of a key strategy, but did you really start to re-believe in, hey, we did figure out kind of a niche thing with this game mode as you're playing through?
Yeah, for sure. So we didn't want the game to end too quickly because we still wanted to make sure we get enough kills and potentially secure the top 3 spot, which I really hope we did. But otherwise, our plan was to make sure we just work well as a team and have good communication and basically just take over the map.
Well, you did really well. Congratulations on MVP.
Thank you so much.
And of course, congratulations to the full team.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, with that, again, that's just one of our categories. We'll send things back over to the bar as we start to reveal all of your fan votes and everything else that came with it.
Hi, it's me, Beef Mommy, your favorite biased caster right here. But here we go. Take a look at our bounty winners. MVP, obviously, you already saw. That's going to be Aerith. And like what she mentioned already, they were also thinking about that KD. And the Terminator is also her teammate. That's going to be Envy. That's more cash money for their team here, Shift, man. You can hear every single one of the players here just celebrating.
Did Blood just hit the lottery? I mean, look, let's go. That is about as much of taking a look at the highlight here from Kings. He was oh my God, 360. Forget the 180.
Wow, I love that. That was really impressive.
Oh, what a moment.
Brother, I was hoping we were going to get someone to pull a 360. This is dirty. I mean, yay! Oh my goodness, that was sick. Right off the tack insert as well. And then you heard Winsteady started to pop off. Here's a little bit of comedy gold. This is right at the end of that really chaotic final moment.
I know, it's just like really clutch the fact that he was able to pull through with all of this. Look at him, he's so happy. And that is $10,000 for you, being the comedian of every single one. And by the way, it's not a joke to have that up against 32 really funny players as well.
They're absolutely funny. That one right there, you heard him celebrating in the background. I literally thought they called the winning numbers on the lottery, and bro just had the numbers sitting right in his hand. He is celebrating.
Wait,
absolutely a big victory.
3.
Yeah, he cleaned up the superlatives.
No dice.
Cleaned it up. So this is our tank buster moment. I mean, you can see all the rockets coming in off the left side as well. The team focus with playing around the tank, unbelievable. Here's Team Bobby Plays, though, with Blur popping a clean transfer triple.
Oh my goodness, he's just so clean when it comes to the triple, and honestly, they're just ranking up a lot of money at the moment. As we did see that they just got second place, doesn't matter, they also win some of the superlatives and also the objectives as well, as we do have the bounty winners, and it's just so clean on their end. Honestly, such a phenomenal performance on their end.
And then here is the last one, the Abomination. This is the cursed loadout at the end. And I'll tell you, we didn't really get a chance to see many of our captains in the position to use it, but look at the power this thing packs.
Is that the Shickum? What is that? What are we cooking over? Is the Maddox, right? No, there's something. I don't know. That thing is an abomination. I wouldn't recognize it. I wouldn't use it. But then again, they're playing, not me. And here we are looking at the screen yet again. An amazing day.
Wow. My goodness. Dude, that is 30K for win. And even though he's the bottom, he's actually overtaking a lot of the other players that did so much better. But hey, that's thinking about things on the micro sense. Shift, that is just really good. And it's funny, the way that Shift was actually, the way Win was just doing his cheers, it seems like he was top 1.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have asked, I think any of us could have asked for a better finish to what we had overall throughout the entirety of the event. It had a little bit of everything. Had some drama, had some excitement, had a roller coaster of emotions. We had some boxing, we had some darts. I mean, Vernon, what was like your highlight of the day?
I think it all, man. I got to sit next to Ferg and touch his nice little soft sweater. He looked very cozy, okay? And let me tell, Broski is him. He's certainly a character, but I think the moment that we got to all share together behind that desk, we'll be talking about that many more nights to come.
Honestly,
Mommy, favorite moments?
For me, it's just really hard to choose which one because obviously it is going to be such an action-packed type of thing. But I think the most important part is we also had Zach. I feel like his perspective on everything ever since it's his baby is essentially everything. The team, everyone in the back end, I feel like just pulled off such a great event overall.
Yeah, big time stuff. And I think it's cool to see everything kind of come together in form of a celebration for our 4th overall anniversary of Call of Duty Mobile. A brand new mode, lots lots of really unique ways to play through it, as we saw throughout the entirety of the day. But with that, that comes the end of our event. Happy 4th year to all of you guys who have joined us over the course of nearly half of a decade. But we do have to say farewell, at least until we get to December. Again, remember the World Championships, which Vega was very nicely promoting. We will be saying farewell. Everyone wave goodbye and say thank you as we cash out here in LA with the Ground War Breach Crash Grab. See you next time.
Nice.
I mean, I might like accidentally get the most deaths, but I'm not going to be intentionally going for it, you know?
Out as well, and in the water, hello, he's a shark. He's going to take down another in space. On the trades, as Little B does get drawn. Oh my. Veg! What are you doing?
Not the greatest start here for Win, but the double puts him back in the position. Stacking.
Wait a second. What?
Inside of Noah is thriving. Best of 3. This is done. Who called Noah?
Oh my God.
Get him to pay the man.
My ear.
Come on. Come on.
They want to see a W right here, right now. Did they find the kills they need?
Here we come.
Composure, to say the least. Let's see if they can pull off a miracle.
दोनों को डाउन कर दिया जाएगा।
To the World Championship.
Can he go big right here?
Thank you.